Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival live finals, live streaming. I want to welcome each and every one of you across the world, across the nation, wherever you may be tuning into. And we want to say thank you to everyone over there at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, Trina and the crew, and thank you to the Lindsays that are going to be back again to help me live stream here. My name is Whitney Redcounter II, and I come from the Crow Creek Sioux Tribe, the Hukbati Dakota Nation, and I'm one of the co-founders and the official MC for the Social Distance Powwow. We're going to be going through the live finals here today. Sit back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going through the top 5 of the adult men's grass dancers, ladies and gentlemen, to kick things off. Welcome for those of you who are tuning in from the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Facebook page, and those of you that are on the Social Distance Powwow page. Welcome to each and every one of you, and wishing a good luck and congratulations to all the finalists, and thank you to all those that submitted their dances and their songs to be part of this great weekend. We're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, here today as we roll through all the finalists. We're going to run on through all the contestants. And today, ladies and gentlemen, the lowdown, the rundown, we're going to be going to men's grass to kick things off here today, then youth grass, then women's jingle, youth jingle, and then men's traditional, and then men's or youth boys traditional, and then women's traditional, followed up by the girls' traditional, and then the men's solo singing. And bringing us home here tonight will be the drum groups. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you for tuning in. And I want to say congratulations to the top 5 of the men's grass dancers. We're going to be going down here to Tyson Kill Spotted, Moo Roberts, Deslyn Walsley, and Adrian Cornelius, Tyrone Green. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the top 5 finalists, and those are the categories that you'll be viewing. Ladies and gentlemen, those top 5 grass dancers, they put it down, and we're going to watch their videos. After their videos, right here during the video presentations, come on to Social Distance Powwow page. In the announcements at the top of the page, we will have a live voting poll where you'll be able to vote for your favorites. So ladies and gentlemen, these polls are going to stay open for about an hour and 50 minutes or so after we post them. And we're going to be doing that for every single category on down. So we're excited here at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. We want to say thank you to all the sponsors, all those that have helped us with this celebration. And as always, we appreciate each and every one of you supporting and tuning in. We hope you enjoy the Indigenous Marketplace, the creation workshops, the culinary workshops, education days. We're 2 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, to sharing these live videos of the finalists. The music awards also took place, and congratulations to all those champions and those that were awarded the championships and the awards from the Summer Solstice Indigenous Music Awards. And also the celebration stage, we thank you for tuning into that as well. The family cultural connections, the drive-in experiences, man, it's been a great month once again for the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Due to the pandemic, live streaming and everything happening online on the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival platform. And we at Social Distance Powwow, we appreciate partnering with this great group of crew at Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, it's powwow time. We're 1 minute away. In 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be live streaming these videos. As the videos are happening, as we go through, once again, the top 5, Tyson Kill Spotted, Moo Roberts, Deslyn Walsley, Adrian Cornelius, Tyrone Green. Those were your top 5 finalists, and we're going to be running through their videos and sharing those with you here today on this virtual platform. This is how we do. This is how we keep people safe. And we're just a few away here, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds away. And we're going to be kicking it on over to the videos, and you'll get a chance to view your favorites. And then at the conclusion, actually during the videos, at around 12:10 Eastern time, the polls will open, and they'll stay open for about, all right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The polls will stay open for about an hour and 50 minutes after they're posted. Here we go. Top 5 finalists. Men's grass dance, take it away. Thank you. Host drum, Northern Cree. Anytime you're ready. All right, friends and relatives, congratulations to the top 5 finalists in the men's grass dance: Tyson Killspotted, Moo Roberts, Deslin Walsey, Adrian Cornelius, Tyrone Green. Want to say congratulations to you fellas and good luck in the finals. The poll will be up here on Social Distance Powwow. It'll be up for the next hour and 50 minutes or so, possibly less. So make sure that first of all, you must join the Social Distance Powwow group, and also that in order to vote, you have to be part of the Social Distance Powwow group. So that poll actually is up right now. We'll go ahead and put it at the top of the page. There we have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the poll is up. Once again, Tyson Killspotted, Moo Roberts, Deslin Walsey, Adrian Cornelius, Tyrone Green. And ladies and gentlemen, here in a short while, we're going to be moving on down to youth grass dance here at about 12:30 Eastern time. So friends and relatives, once again, it's this season, this past year and year and a half now, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. This is the second year partnering with us here at Social Distance Powwow. And, as we get ready to share the next group and the next dances and so on, I'm going to talk to you a little bit here today. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Northern Cree Singers. I want to give a shout out to Steve Wood and the fellas for being the host drum this year and recording these brand new songs for these dancers to dance to in the finals. And, it's Northern Cree is one of the great drum groups across Indian country, but also all the drum groups throughout. I myself, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, I grew up learning from my late grandfather, Whitney Rencounter the first, learning about the powwow ways, our people, our ancestors long ago. I want to share just a little bit about some of the history of the Wachipi, of the powwow, of that circle. Every tribe, every nation across the country has their own traditional teachings and how the drum, the songs, the dances, they all came from. And then essentially in the mid 1800s, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of our tribes across the United States and Canada were sent to reservations, and our way of life began to transition, began to change. And, there's a lot of things that happen that have really impacted the indigenous people and our relatives as we struggle throughout history. A lot of the challenges that we face, continue to hamper a lot of the things, a lot of our traditional teachings. But due to the resiliency and the strength and the courage of our ancestors and our people, we continue to share these traditional teachings and we adjust. And at this time, you see what's happening with this virtual celebration. We refer to this as digital resiliency. We're finding ways to get through the challenges and the struggles. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Our people here in the Midwest, we used to hunt the buffalo. There was 30 to 60 million buffalo at one time, the American bison, as some refer to it. And we got food, clothing, and shelter, and all the things that we needed from the bison. And essentially, during the transition, a lot of the things that have happened is when our ancestors would sing and dance, they would share it through prayer. They would give thanks. They would celebrate. There was always a prayer before the buffalo hunt or before a harvest. And there was always a prayer and knowing that each and everything has a living spirit, has something that helps us. The evolution of life, everything revolves and goes in a circle. There's no beginning, no end. Everything just kind of continues on in that way. And our drums and so on and so forth kind of made in that celebration in that way as well. And, so basically what happened was when our people's lives began to change around that time, the mid to late 1800s, was when we lived on the reservations. A lot of these traditional ways were banned and they were illegal in a lot of our countries, throughout the United States and Canada. But we, as resilient people, we found a way to keep our songs and dances alive. We found a way to transition. And that's when the powwow circle kind of sprung up. And so in the late 1800s, a lot of the powwow celebrations began to happen. And essentially, the songs and the dances evolved from the original territories. And then as time went on, as time evolved, a lot of the people caught on to many of the different styles of dances. For our people, it was the men's traditional, the warriors dance, that was spread throughout United States and Canada. Then we talk about the Anishinaabe people and the jingle dress that kind of spread there at the turn of the 1900s, bringing during a time that our people needed it the most. These songs of dances, these songs of healing, and friends and relatives. We, as we take a look at, the grass dance, we talk about the grass dance societies amongst the Omaha people. We talk about the grass dance societies that have spread throughout up there in the MHA Nation and all throughout the United States and Canada. Then we talk about the chicken dancing, that the chicken dance societies and keeping that tradition and telling the stories of those traditional dances is so important to us as Indigenous people. And so we talk about these songs and these dances, and as resilient people, friends and relatives, in the meantime, as I continue to share, reminder that the votes are open on Social Distance Powwow for the top 5 of the men's grass. So ladies and gentlemen, get on over there and submit your vote on Social Distance Powwow group at the top of the page. The vote is open and it will stay open for a while. And then here in about 8 minutes or so, we'll be moving on to the next group. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to youth grass, the top 5 finalists for the youth grass dancers. And so stand by for that. So just kind of sharing some updates there as we continue on. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, the songs, the dances, as they continue on, essentially want to just talk about how all these dances have come together. And so when we come to this powwow circle, it's a social event, it's a social gathering. Many dances, many different styles that are showcased throughout Indigenous country have been shared and gifted and shared again throughout. And that's why we have a celebration and culmination. And a lot of these dances, these dance styles have become kind of the backbone of our powwow celebrations, including the drum groups, women's traditional, women's jingle, women's fancy shawl. And then you go over here to the East Coast, the women's blanket dance. You talk about the smoke dance. You want to talk about also men's traditional, men's grass dance. We also talk about, men's chicken dance, men's fancy bustle, and all these styles that have evolved. And then we talk about the original style, the contemporary style, and the contemporary singing, the contemporary songs, and then the original style of singing, the original songs. So singing and dancing has been a big part of who we are as Indigenous people, as well as the arts, the crafts, the traditional ways of our people will continue to move forth, and as we broadcast these, sharing these videos live of these finalists, it's just a culmination of digital resiliency and moving into the future here, friends and relatives. But nonetheless, we're excited and we're happy that slowly but surely we're starting to gather safely once again as Indigenous people. And so we hope that you're able to travel. But for those of you that are not able to travel to these celebrations, that is why we have these virtual platforms such as Social Distance Powwow, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. All of these platforms have started to pivot now to include virtual celebrations because the people really utilize and enjoy all of these styles. And so, friends and relatives, on that note, one of the things that we did during Social Distance Powwow, we always recognize the veterans, we recognize all of the folks throughout, and we recognize the Eagle Feather staffs. We recognize those that put forth the service to recognize, to protect the people. And, basically, essentially, the elders are such a backbone and important part of who we are as Indigenous people. And so I'm going to share a song in that honor, friends and relatives. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the song, kind of at the beginning of the Powwow celebration, and a song from the Porcupine Singers, and a song relevant to carry on our ways, carry on our traditions, and reminding you to stay safe out there, friends and relatives. All right, a song there. As we're approaching here, a few minutes away from the next category, the youth grass, and looks like we have some live viewers. Thank you all for tuning in and being live here, and also going to see what we can do. And those of you in the chat asking about where the poll is, well, the poll is on the Social Distance Powwow page, and we'll see if we could help you find that, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, thank you all for tuning in and being part of this great celebration. So those of you that are in the live link right now on the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, I posted a link to this poll for the men's grass dance. So go on the Social Distance Powwow group page. Make sure that you are part of the page. So you have to join the page. So that's one of the things about just Facebook rules. I don't know why they do that, but that's just the way it is. You have to be a part of a group to be able to vote on the polls. So join the group, make sure you get, and the polls are going to be open for a while. So if you're not right away entered, and just let us know, we'll be there. So ladies and gentlemen, as we go through, we got a couple minutes away. We'll be transitioning on to the youth grass dancers finalists, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through this beautiful day. Ladies and gentlemen, we go through, and we want to say thank you for joining us here today on this beautiful day, Saturday, June 19th, 2021, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through and we celebrate song and dance and arts and the culture of who we are as Indigenous people. We want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be moving forth here. Once again, just reminding you all of the finalists of the men's grass dance: Tyson Killspotted, Moo Roberts, Deslin Walsey, Adrian Cornelius, Tyrone Green. Those are your finalists, and the voting is happening right now on the Social Distance Powwow page. And friends and relatives, good luck to all those finalists. The top three will be coming into the pay window. We're 1 minute away, and then we'll be transitioning on to the boys' grass, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate each and every one of you, and thank you for tuning in here today for the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Competition Powwow Celebration. And good luck to all the dancers, all the singers here throughout the day. And we want to say thank you for tuning in and sharing and liking and commenting and being part of the celebration. And so friends and relatives, we're about 30 seconds away, and then we'll be transitioning and sharing with you, getting ready to share the youth grass dance categories and, continuing on. All right, the sound of the drum, the sound of the waves, the sound and keeping that heartbeat alive. We're going to be going forth here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're going to be coming forth here and moving down to the top 5 finalists of the boys grass dance category, 17 and under grass dancers. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to go ahead and transition at this time. Congratulations to the 17 and under boys grass dance, ladies and gentlemen. We have congratulations to Thompson Solomon. Congratulations also, and welcome to Adam Maristy. Congratulations, and we want to say thank you to Jaden Walsey. Congratulations to you, and also to this young fella here, O.D. Draper. Congratulations to making the top 5. And then Drayden Flett, ladies and gentlemen, Drayden Flett, top 5 finalists. We're going to share with you these videos, and we're going to be running through once again as we went through right now on Social Distance Powwow page, the group page. We have the poll up for the men's grass 18 and over. And so get on over and vote and share. Ladies and gentlemen, the link is on the live stream. If those of you that are tuned in, straight there to the link to the voting poll that is open. And friends and relatives, once again, the finalists of the 17 and under boys grass dance, top 5 finalists: Thompson Solomon, Adam Maristy, Jaden Walsey, O.D. Draper, Drayden Flett. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, the finalists of the youth grass dancers. We want to say thank you to all the other dancers for submitting your videos and being part of the celebration. We want to thank you to all the contestants and the singers and dancers throughout for helping us to make this celebration. And we also want to give a big shout out here to Northern Cree Singers for being the host drum of this celebration this weekend. And, Northern Cree recorded some brand new original songs, and that is what they shared, and that is what the dancers are dancing to. So shout out to Steve Wood and Northern Cree, and I believe we'll be hearing from Steve Wood here a little later in the broadcast here in these next few days. So stand by and be ready. Once again, friends and relatives, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival 2021, all throughout the month of June, and the powwow celebration happening this month, June 14th through the 20th, right here on Social Distance Powwow and the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival page. And we want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to our dancers, everyone who chipped in to help make this celebration. We say thank you for contributing and helping us in this way. And we also want to say thank you to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. It's the only national festival that garners full participation from all Canada's First Nation, Métis, and Inuit organizations. Here we go. Top 5 of the youth grass dance right here. Take it away, top 5 finalists. We want to go down here to Thompson, Adam, Jaden, O.D., and Drayden. Good luck.
My name is Adam Maristy. I come from God's Lake Narrows, and I dance for people who have passed on and people who can't dance.
Hi, I'm Jordan Flutrola. I'm from a Pasquat Nation. I like to dance for people who can't dance. I like to dance for loved ones. And I like to dance because it makes me feel really good.
What's your name?
Tommy Tillman.
How old are you?
3.
Yeah, from Sagamok First Nation.
Yes.
Why do you like dancing?
Because I want to.
Because you want to. Okay.
Hi, my name is Odie Draper. I'm Navajo from Culinary, New Mexico, and I dance for those who can't dance and for those who have passed on.
My name is Jaden Wilsey. I live in Wapato, Washington. I like to dance because it's my way of praying.
All right, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 friends and relatives, man. We have some of the champion dancers from across indigenous country, United States and Canada. And, these dancers, they give it their all. They put their best out there and their regalia. And ladies and gentlemen, in a little while here, we're going to be transitioning. And one of our creative directors here amongst the IT, we want to say thank you to Lindsay Sarazin and the crew there. Lindsay and the crew, they're going to be transitioning and going live directly onto the Social Distance Powwow page. So it might be Lindsay Sarazin, his Facebook page that will be broadcasting. But if you missed out on some of these videos of the men's grass, the boys' grass, They will still be loaded and posted. They will be shared to Social Distance Powwow, and they'll also be shared there on Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Facebook page. And so they will be up and they'll be shared if you want to go back and watch them over again and check out the videos, and you'll be able to do that. Also, once again, as we transition, we're going to be talking about some of the things, we're going to be having guests throughout the day that will be sharing knowledge and talking about the songs and dances. And this is kind of the virtual platforms that we utilize as we get through this time. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the grass dancing, the grass dance style. Once again, our people here in the Midwest, amongst the Ocheti Shakoi, we were gifted some of the styles of dances through our allies amongst the Omaha Nation, the Omaha people, and the grass dance societies that exist there, and that they share some of these songs and these dances and the importance. And in our people, in our way, we used to live amongst the buffalo and the grass, the buffalo grass swaying in the winds during the times before the settlers came to our lands. But during these times, friends and relatives, the grass dancers here that have transitioned and now dance in the circle, a lot of times the grass dancers recognize when they would go through the people, the scouts would go ahead, they would flatten the grass, they would prepare it when we would put up our teepees with the lands, like the circles. And so in that honor and that respect, that tradition kind of passing down here. And we see a lot of times powwow celebrations will open up with the grass dance song and welcome the grass dancers to the center. And so, as we take a look and remember and recognize some of the importance of these dances, I'm going to share with you a grass dance song taught to me from my grandfather, who was a grass dancer when he was younger, and it was one of his favorite styles of dance. But here we go with the grass dance song as we're getting ready to transition. Welcome to each and every one of you for tuning in. All right, there it is for the song for the grass dancers, kind of an old style tune that you would hear in our region, in our area. And I know grass dancing is an important part across Indigenous country. And I think today, a lot of the singers, a lot of the dancers, we want to share a little bit about who we are, friends and relatives. We want to say thank you and tune in to all the singers and dancers throughout these next couple of days, the top 5 finalists, friends and relatives. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go through, we want to say thank you very much and for tuning in. And the live voting is up on the Social Distance Powwow page. Friends and relatives, we want to say thank you. And as we go through these next few days, we're going to share a little bit about the songs and the dances that keep us going. And welcome to all the powwow people, those that, treat their children, teach their children the ways, the traditional ways. and carry on the traditions throughout these times, especially during a time that there's a lot of challenges happening. And we want to say thank you. And we want to say apologize if we, if at any time in any way that, we don't want to offend anyone. We want to just say thank you and welcome to each and every one of you as we do our best to try to keep some of these songs and dances alive for the betterment. And, just like our relatives and our ancestors did, they did everything they can to continue our teachings. So thank you very much for tuning in and showing your support. Thank you very much to all the family. And we want to say thank you for everyone and helping us these next couple of days to celebrate. And thank you to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And so as we go through here, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 12 minutes away from moving on down here to the Women's Jingle Top 5 finalists. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, those of you that are tuned in from the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival page, and as well, those of you that can help us continue to share with all your relatives. We want to say thank you for helping us out. And, as we go through, I want to share another song here. Just kind of another style of song that the grass dancers dance to. This one's called kind of a foot slide. Some say stomp dance, some say crow hop. A lot of different styles of this song. All right, just going to share some songs and continue on as the voting is happening. Friends and relatives, we want to say thank you for joining us. And in a little while, we got about 10 minutes or so before we're going to be moving on to the next category. And once again, just kind of check out, make sure that the voting is going okay and everybody is there. So at the top of the page of the summer solstice, the social distance powwow, we do have the poll is up, and then we're going to go ahead. On top of the page, I went ahead and I'm going to go ahead and link it here. So I'm going to copy the link and I'm going to put it in the live stream. So at the top of the social distance powwow page, you're going to see announcements. And at the announcements, you're going to see on the right side of announcements, there's a tab that says see all. And you'll click see all, and then that'll show you all of the polls that will be up throughout today. It'll give you relevant information as far as the scheduling, as far as the finalists that were from last night, and so on. And also the live stream is there as well. And so friends and relatives, I'm going to go ahead and put the link to the poll for the youth grass in the live stream comments. So, all right. Once again, as we talk about the grass dancers, I want to give a shout out to all the grass dancers out there. And once again, those of you that just joined us, my name is Whitney Rencounter, and I'm the official MC here at the Social Distance Powwow and serving as the MC for the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And shout out to the top 5 finalists of the men's grass: Tyson Killspotted, Moo Roberts, Deslin Walsey, Adrian Cornelius, and Tyrone Green. Those are the top 5 finalists there. And then also the 17 and under youth grass dancers: Thompson Solomon, Adam Marasti, Jaden Walsey, O.D. Draper, and Drayden Blett. So those are your finalists, ladies and gentlemen. And on this live stream. If those of you that are still in live stream, there is a link. But if you want to just go to Social Distance Powwow, and then at the group page on the top in the announcements, that's where the youth poll is up right now. And then at announcements, you'll see on the right, it says see all. If you click that to expand the announcements, that's where you'll find the other polls, like the grass dance for the men's. That poll is still up as well. And so also the live stream and the finalists and the information, it is all there on the Social Distance Powwow page, friends and relatives. You know, we started this page during the pandemic, and we're going to continue it on. And, you know, joining us today, we want to say thank you to our guests that will be joining us. And one of them is Karen Pheasant, who will be coming on here. Karen Pheasant Nigan Iguani is an Anishinaabe dancer, educator, writer, and artist and orator. She'll be joining us here after the Women's Jingle Dress broadcast, and as well as the, you know, during that time after the broadcast. And then Karen will be joining us and sharing a little bit of knowledge about the jingle dress dance and the meaning behind the healing dress and everything that's important to this way and this culture of the song and dance. So, all right. Once again, don't forget to go and vote for your favorites. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to watch the dances and so on. We want to say thank you for tuning in here today as I share another song here and, you know, continue forth the songs and the dances and keeping those alive during this time. Here's a song by Indian Nation. All right, there you have it. Serving as MC and singer, on-set singer. Hey, but you know, that's just kind of the way I was brought up, as a singer, as a dancer, and then now as a Iapaha, as an MC. You know, it's just you got to have the love. You got to have a passion for the songs and the dances and the teachings. You know, you got to enjoy it. You know, and tachi hida, as we say in our language. You know, you got to have that enjoyment, that love, and you know, iokipi. You know, you got to enjoy that. And so, friends and relatives, once again, the live polls are up on the Social Distance Powwow page. Thank you for tuning in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival as we get ready here in about less than 4 minutes to get ready for the Women's Jingle Top 5 finalists. And then we'll be having the poll that will be up to share the voting and so on. And as we roll throughout the day, we're going to be going forth here with the youth jingle after the women's jingle, then the men's traditional, stand by, and then the youth men's traditional, and then followed by the women's traditional and the youth women's traditional. And then we'll be going forth with the men solo singing. So the finalists of the men's solos will be coming up here. to kind of bring us home for the day as we go through that. And then we'll have some traditional knowledge keepers from No History, and then Northern Cree invited. The host drum, Steve Wood, will be coming on here a little later at around 4 o'clock Eastern, 4:10 Eastern, after the solo songs are shared. And then the drum group songs, this drum group singing competition will be bringing us home for the day. And then tomorrow, Sunday, we'll be kicking off at 12:30 Eastern time. And the women singing soloists, solo singers will be bringing us forth in that way, friends and relatives. So, man, it's a beautiful day to be alive. It's a beautiful day to be Indigenous. It's a beautiful day to be part of the First Nations in Canada, the Indigenous peoples down here, the lower 48. And, it's a celebration of our songs, of our beautiful ways and our traditional ways. We're a couple minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to the women's jingle dress dancers. And running down the finalists of the women's jingle dress dancers. Ayla Delver, finalist number 1. Ontaria Arrowhite, finalist number 2. Taylor Shimoni is a finalist number 3. And Landry James, finalist number 4. And Angeline Gadwa is your final finalist. So top 5 jingle dress dancers, ladies and gentlemen, those are the finalists that I'll be running through. And we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for showing your support to our people, supporting, helping one another, sharing the teaching, sharing the knowledge, passing it down from generation to generation. We rely on all the wisdom keepers and all the relatives as we're 1 minute away to transitioning to sharing with you the 18 and over women's jingle dress top 5 finalists. And at the conclusion of those videos around that time, the live poll will be up on the Social Distance Powwow page. And we're extending the time of these polls, to help and to share, to make sure that everyone has a little bit of extra time. We know we're all busy as we're transitioning out of this pandemic. It's a busy time for us, but we want to say thank you for showing support here virtually. We're about 30 seconds away, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say thank you for the dancers taking the time to show us your scenery, show us your homelands as you recorded these videos live from your home base, your homelands, and sharing the beauty of all the dancing and the singing and the backgrounds, and the creator made a great scenery backdrop for all of you. All right, top 5 jingle dress dancers: Ayla Delver, Ontario Arrowhite, Taylor Shimoni, and Landry James, as well as Angeline Gadwa. You're on the air. Good luck, dancers. Stand by for the poll right after. Here we go.
Zandave, Naniha, Ontario Airway, Nanuwa Naniha, Zabihi Waipe, Nifarhod Night, Nisosani Nabanite. Good day, my name is Ontario Airway. My Indian name is Good Heart Woman. I'm from Fort Hall, Idaho. I am a member of the Shoshone Bannock tribes, and I'm very honored and humbled to make it in the top 5 and being able to showcase my style of dance. And the reason why I dance is to honor myself and my family, and I dance from my heart, and I hope my dancing makes you feel good. Thank you. Listen, Doug.
Yat Eshikero Shadana Asha A Taylor Timony and Asha, the Stotnikia Ani Nishla, the Stan Bashishi, Asha Dasha Che, Nash Asha Dasanala, Filterguide Net Nasha. Hello, my name is Taylor Timony. I am from White River, Arizona. I am St. Carlos Apache, Navajo, and Zuni. I am dancing today to bring healing and strength to all those who need it, whether they are battling illness or going through a tough time in life. I dance to bring healing. Dancing has really helped me stay grounded, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I would like to dedicate this dance to all of the other healthcare workers out there. Thank you all for your support and allowing me to dance in the finals of this powwow. Ahiyahat.
My name is Landry James. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I just recently moved to Shawano, Wisconsin. I would like to invite everyone out to the Menominee Nation Contest Powwow, Labor Day weekend, the weekend of September 3rd through the 5th. Today I'm inspired by all of the indigenous people of this continent who are stepping up to the plate, helping each other heal. I would also like to reiterate how lucky and blessed we are to have such a powerful and strong culture that gives us purpose and a tremendous sense of belonging. Not all of our neighbors have that, so let's dance and sing for them too.
Say hello. My name is Angeline Gadwa. I am from the Kahiwan Cree Nation, but I reside in Edmonton, Alberta. I have been dancing since I was able to walk, and I dance for prayers, and I dance for those that cannot dance and those that wish to dance. And I hope that my dance today brings you the prayers and the blessings that are needed in this time. And enjoy, and I hype.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, we just want to say thank you so much for tuning in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. As once again, we're going through the men's grass, the youth grass, the women's jingle, and the new poll for the women's jingle is up now on the social distance powwow page. So head on over there and get your votes in for your favorite dancers as you, as the viewers, the fans, the spectators, will be determining the top 3 winners of this weekend's celebration at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an esteemed guest with us today. I just want to say welcome here to Karen Vezet, and she's an Anishinaabe dancer, educator, writer, artist, and orator here from the Wickwemcog. All right, I hope they say, sorry if I mispronounce it in any way, from the Manitoulin Island, Ontario. Her grandparents, maternal and paternal, come from the Wickwemcog. Her parents are residential school survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen is assistant professor at Mount Royal University in the Treaty 7 region. She is cross-appointed to the Department of General Education, Office of Teaching and Learning, and the Department of Humanities Indigenous Studies. She is also in completion of a PhD in Educational Policy Studies, Indigenous Peoples Education with the University of Alberta. Karen lives in Calgary. Welcome, Karen. Such an honor and a privilege to have you on here today. So whatever you would like to share, we thank you for joining us.
Oh, Miigwech Whitney. Now where's the Indian intro? She makes awesome fry bread. She can bead wicked moccasins. That's the professional one. I should have sent you my Indian one first, but Whitney, I just wanted to give a congratulations to you and your team for doing the social distance powwow. It's been great. I logged in whenever I could. I wish I had the time and energy to get a videographer when I'm all in my gear and bust out some dance moves to Northern Cree or Battle Hill or Whitefish Bay or all these awesome drums. Actually, today, very ironically, I remember somebody asked me to speak today, and I can't remember what I answered, but I think I must have said yes, because here I am today. So right now, I come to you from Treaty 3 area. For those of you that don't know, that's Lake of the Woods, which is home to the Jibegashige gun, home to the jingle dress. A lot of people don't know that the name of the dress is called Jibegashige gun. It has to do with the movement. It has to do with the sound. It has to do with the being. It has to do with, some people don't understand. Even when I was speaking to some people, like I live in Treaty 7, which is Calgary, Alberta, they don't even know that it comes from here. So when I say Treaty 3, I also want to extend beyond the border. So because of the way Canada, USA, they put a line there, but this whole Lake of the Woods region goes all the way down to Leech Lake, Cass Lake, White Earth, all that Red Lake, Minnesota area. So the dress, sometimes people say, oh, there's a story that you hear from Mille Lacs, or, oh, there's a story you hear from Whitefish Bay, which is just 45-minute drive from where I'm sitting right now. The dress was bestowed to the Anishinaabe people in this territory. Once I am from Manitoulin Island, and I heard an individual say home to the jingle dress. There's no doubt that there's a lot of Jibigashige jingle dress dancers from Manitoulin, but the home of the Jibigashige is here at Lake of the Woods. So I think I started 2 minutes ago, and I did a book long time, 2008, and it's called The Promise. I did a play, and it was about when the dress in the early 80s was starting to be popular, because originally the dress was only danced here. And sometimes I use the prairie chicken dance as an equivalent, just like the prairie chicken dance. And I only know the Blackfoot story, the Nizitsipi story. It was a dance that was only danced in that Treaty 7 territory, and it didn't go anywhere else. Then it got popular and it traveled around. The same with the jingle dress. It only left this territory in the late 70s, early 80s. And one of the carriers to take it out was the Whitefish Bay drummen. They took their mom, the late Maggie White. Maggie was one of several women of this region that it was like a society. It was a Gichida Kwe, which is the warrior woman. And I like the way Winona LaDuke explains what what a Gichida Kwe is. It's the woman who is a warrior that stands up for the rights of our people. That could be as a teacher, as a awesome beater, as a song keeper, as a knowledge keeper. Those are Gitchada Kwe, our warrior women. So these women dance this dance in this region. And so the Whitefish Bay took their mom out traveling to the prairie provinces, shared it with Alex Skeed and some of the other singers, late Joe Morrison, whose house I'm sitting in right now, because his wife, her and I are sisters. They took and told the spiritual story. And I often tell young women, if you want to know these stories of the Jibega, you should come here to this land and come and dance in these areas and hear those original songs. One time, and I know I'm going a bit veering off, but I want to talk about the songs first. The original Jingle Dress songs were fast songs, a different fast. You're a singer, Whitney, so you know that fancy dance fast is a very different fancy dance beat than the Jingle Dress. Because one time I was competing somewhere on the plains, I think, and it was a good Jingle Dress song. I just could really shuffle. It was about shuffling. Shawl dancers, old school shawl dancing, which Irene Oakes is hosting the shawl dance powwow on Monday in Saskatoon, where I will be on Monday after I'm here at Lake of the Woods. I'll be over there. Um, their dance is about footwork. What Gladys Jefferson from Crow, one of the originators of that shawl dance, it was about the footwork, whereas the Jingle Dress was about that shuffle and going along the floor. And so what you see now, I've watched some of I haven't seen the one for summer solstice, but I've been watching some of the postings. So you see they're doing the footwork for the Jingle Dress, which is footwork from fancy dance, but the Jingle Dress was more like a shuffle back and forth above the ground, not on the ground, above the ground and going. And so when this dance was traveling around, it became popular and people were like, ooh, wow. And so all of a sudden you seen the dress being worn across the territories. So in 1988, I was there, I think it was 1988, Whitefish Bay hosted a big special and they did the songs with the white family leading it. And Nokomisak, the grandmothers, the Jebegashigegan keepers told the stories and they showed us how the dance was danced. And then there was women from all across. Well, Powwows in the late 80s was nothing like what you see now. Like now it's just rockstar kingdom, Indian powwow rockstar kingdom. So there was women from all over and they showed the dance. And then they had us all go out and there was, I mean, the version of contempt in those days was very different than what you see now. Maggie White went and Sharon Roberts, I don't know if she's listening, but Sharon Roberts tells this awesome version of this story where she stopped the song and they basically said to the woman, that's not what we showed you. That's not our Jingle Dress dance. They showed us again and then they got us. So I always remember that story. I always remember that time. And I take that event that happened as like a transfer. And so what I call this is the transfer of the Anishinaabe Kwe dance to the next generation beyond the Great Lakes. And so they selected a lot of travelers. And I'm not from Treaty 3, I'm from Manitoulin. So I was one of the travelers selected, as well as Marcy Fiddler and some other, I forget who made top 8, top 10, but the role and the function was to remember and to uphold the integrity of what was intended of this healing dance. And now one of the Nokomis, Ann Wilson, she said when she remembered about the dream that came, she had she was telling a young woman that was troubled from being in a domestic violence situation. And Ann Wilson said the dream was that this woman was to make a dress. And this woman said, "But I'm not a dancer, I don't dance." And Ann Wilson said, "It's about creating, it's about making that dress. Make that dress, and even if it just hangs there, it represents healing." And so sometimes I do hear that. Sometimes I do hear, well, I'm not really a dancer. I don't understand songs. But from what that grandma said from Lake of the Woods and Wilson is to make it. And that Shibigashige gun is about that sound. Sometimes I hear these new rules, 345 or days of the year, 365 codes. I never heard that when I was young, when I first heard about the jingle dress. Um, your dress is an extension of who you are. I'm Nishnabé Kwe. I was born when the strawberries blossom. And the strawberries, the Odemen is a part of our ceremonies. So in 1998, I created a dress and a style with the Odemen, the strawberries, because of the land that I live on is a land full of strawberries. And I was born early June when the strawberries are blossoming. So who are you to the listeners? What is your land? What is the time you were born? What is your nation? What is your tribe? And that's what creates your colors and your designs and your patterns. But always remember, many of our dances, not only the Shibegashigegan, not only the jingle dress, these dances were about our political statement. If you recall, especially in the USA with those world fairs that were going on, and Whitney, I'm sure you're aware, the Chicago World Fair, the Spokane World Fair, the federal government thought we were going to be extinct and vanish. So they hurried up and put these Indian shows on and did these Wild West shows to let the world know, see, they're still here and we're taking care of them. And it was the only time, and as you recall, for those that live in the prairies, they're called Indian days. They weren't called powwows. They're called Indian days because it was the time when we could be Indian, we could be ourselves. And so whether it's Shibigashigegan, the jingle dress, prairie chicken dance, or our dances, it was a time of being, a time of being beautiful. And there's sometimes, especially when I'm in the prairie provinces and I come in Grand Entry and you hear those songs coming and you come in, there is so much power. I feel like I want to cry. You know, how many peanut butter sandwiches I had to eat in order to survive to get there, how many threw our 20 bucks in for the gas money to get there, just so we could feel amazing and powerful. I'm going to pause there because I don't know how many minutes I went there, Whitney.
Yeah, no. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, we want to say thank you, Karen Pheasant Anishinaabe, for dropping some knowledge, some important information from the heart, that is well needed. Those of you young dancers out there, listen up, pay attention, and enjoy some of the knowledge, the teachings, because that's who we are as Indigenous people. This is how we pass our teaching down, is through oral tradition. A lot of things are in books, and we want to thank Karen for making this book available to people across Indigenous country, First Nations people, so that some of these teachings could be shared in that way. And once again, talking a little bit about the jingle dress, dance, and style, and nice to hear you recognize some of those dancers, the late Maggie White, and many others. We got a couple minutes to go. So Karen, any maybe closing remarks for the last couple minutes here that you would like to share as far as encouragement, maybe talk about how we're transitioning through this pandemic, and maybe any encouragement?
One of the things I'd like to say, a year ago with the George Floyd, George Floyd wasn't the first African-American to be killed by police, but it really did send a sign. And I really loved how my relatives, my sisters from Minnesota, went to the intersection and danced that healing dance. And so now our dances have become places of empowerment, places of oppression. So I say to you, young ladies, go to the land of which the dress comes from, learn to make the underskirt, to make a proper Ojibwe style Anishinaabe jingle dress. And I'm an artist. I love being creative, and I love some of that creative stuff I see. But just like when you make I don't know, a stew, you start off with the basics, you know the basics very well, and before you get on, I'm really excited and happy to see how the adoption has occurred. But we know our Indian ways, and when we're adopting, then we must adhere to our protocols that were given to us, that they're done in the proper way. Na miigwech, hi.
Oh, friends and relatives, we want to say thank you, heartfelt thank you. We could sit here all day and just visit Karen, and kick back and get some of those, get some soup and get some stew and get some food and just visit. Man, that's what we're missing. But we'll be back in person, and a lot of celebrations are gathering. But this is just one of the gatherings here, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, trying to keep the elders safe, keep the relatives that are health compromised safe, and continuing on with this virtual platform. So thank you to Trina and all the crew over here at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Let's say thank you, friends and relatives. A virtual round of applause for our guest, Karen Pheasant, for joining us here today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Karen.
Miigwech to all of you, Summer Solstice, Whitney. Great work.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. All right. Here we go, friends and relatives, as we get ready once again, the men's grass dance, youth grass, women's jingle dress dance. The top 5 finalists polls are still up if you want to show your support to your favorite dancers, because Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival is giving out prize money, is giving out prize money to all these top 3 dancers, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to transition to the youth jingle. So ladies and gentlemen, stand by here in a few minutes. We'll be going to the live jingle dress poll. But in the meantime, I'm going to share a jingle dress sidestep in honor of Karen's beautiful words there, and in honor of the jingle dress dancers that are here today, the finalists. All right, there you have it. There you have it, friends and relatives. Thank you to Karen Pheasant, our guest here today, for dropping some knowledge on the importance of our traditional ways and the jingle dress as we showcase, as we highlight. We're a couple minutes away, and then we're going to transition here to the youth jingle dress top 5 finalists. And then we'll be opening up the poll, the live voting poll, ladies and gentlemen. Friends and relatives, thank you for tuning in to the 2021 Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival right here on Social Distance Powwow and the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Networks. So friends and relatives, as we get ready to go, we're going to be calling forth the youth Jingle Dress dancers as we share the videos that were submitted for the final category, the finalists, the top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in today, showing your support and voting for your favorite. And we're going to about 1 minute away, and we're going to transition into the Jingle Dress Youth 17 and under top 5 finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying your day. We hope you're enjoying being alive, and condolences to all those lost this past year and a half from the pandemic, and sending love and appreciation to all those frontline workers out there, everyone out there doing their part to help the family and friends during this pandemic, and sending prayers for all those struggling in any way, and remembering the families of all the residential school relatives that were lost. And so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds. We're going to be transitioning to the youth Jingle Dress Dancers 17 and under top 5 finalists. And we're going to go ahead and go through the list of the Jingle Dress top 5 finalists. Finalist number 1, Jayla Swallow. All right. And then finalist number 2, Noel Uentili. All right. Sorry if I mispronounced some of these names, but we're going here to the youth 17 and under Jingle Dress category at this time, friends and relatives. Daisy Bear, Caitlin Bird, Shalissa Mitchell, Jayla Swallow, Noel Uentili. You are the top 5 in the Jingle Dress category, ladies and gentlemen. Jingle Dress coming on up, Jingle Dress dancers. Here we go, here we go. We'll share a song here for the Jingle Dress category. And I want to give a shout out to Northern Cree, our host drum, for sharing these original new songs for our dancers as they represent, as they dance the night away. All right, here we go. Jingle Dress dancers, youth 17 and under. Jayla Swallow, Noel Zeti Uentili, Daisy Bear, Caitlin Bird, Shalissa Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 youth Jingle Dress dancers. We're going to take it on over to these videos and share with you the finalists at this time. Anytime you're ready, Lindsay and crew. We're going to take it on to the youth Jingle Dress finalists.
Bonjour, Benassi Quite Indigo, Caitlin Digina Cause, Namea Do Dem, Wilushkanigam Dunji. Hello, my name is Caitlin Bird. My spirit name is Underwoman, and my clan is Surgeon. I dance to heal people around me and people I love, and I dance for those who can.
Hello, my name is Jayla Swallow. I'm from Kaya, South Dakota, and I like to dance for my elders. It's an honor to dance for you guys today. Glini Yeshka, Hehe Bashachi, Kiani Dashache, Na Hehe Dashanala. My name is Noel Zeti Yuntali. I'm from Valley Store. I like Jingle dress because my designs on my dress and the jingles and how the jingles make the sound, and I like that it helps healing people.
Yatesh Shalisa Metroyaneshet Digital Bahan Nishlan had Som Beshichi Tiltani Deshakiani Deshanelli. Hello, friends and relatives. Hi, my name is Shalisa Mitchell. I'm representing the Navajo Nations from Louisville, Kentucky. The reason why I dance and what's my inspiration for dancing is when I found out the history and knowing the stories about the dress, I was very touched by it and I wanted to do it. And that's why I started dancing old style and contemporary jingle dress.
Say hi. Hi. Say I'm Daisy Bear. I won.
All right, there we have it, friends and relatives. We want to say thank you to Northern Cree Singers, ladies and gentlemen, with that sidestep song for the dancers, a fresh song never recorded before, specifically for the finalists. Thank you to our host drum, Northern Cree, for sharing these beautiful songs for all the finalists here throughout these next few days. All right, here we go, friends and relatives. Once again, the poll is now live. It will be live here on Social Distance Powwow page for almost 2 hours, for about an hour and 50 minutes or so, for all the categories that have been posted already: men's grass, youth grass, women's jingle, and now youth jingle. Friends and relatives, those polls are live and up on the Social Distance Powwow page, up in the announcements. At the top, you see announcements. Click see all to see all announcements, and you can submit your votes for your favorite dancers to help us determine the top 3 winners of this celebration. And friends and relatives, here in a few moments, we're going to be going here to Chef Joseph Shawana, and Joseph Shawana is going to be cooking a live demonstration cooking seared rainbow trout with sweet corn succotash. Holy smokes, making us hungry virtually and in person. So here we go, friends and relatives, stand by. But once again, right after this, we're going to be transitioning to youth men's traditional. So here in 30 seconds, we'll be calling forth Joseph Shawana, our chef here, is going to be sharing some recipes on seared rainbow trout and sweet corn succotash once again. So here we go. As we get on down here to Chef Joseph Shawana, we're going to make everybody hungry. We're going to make you wish, and then we'll get back into some dancing and some songs and so on and so forth. But anytime you're ready, we're going to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Chef Joseph Shawana, seared rainbow trout with sweet corn succotash. Anytime you're ready.
Hey everybody, my name is Chef Joseph Shawana. Today I'm going to be preparing a pan-seared rainbow trout with a sweet corn succotash, as well as a butternut squash puree. So, first of all, I would like to welcome you to the Ottawa Summer Solstice Festival. Most of the ingredients that I have here is just from my local farmers market. The leeks and or ramps I harvested this spring, and last year I made some nice wild leek oil that's located here that I'm going to use for a little bit of cooking oil for this dish. So with wild leek oil, you can just dry them. I dried mine in my window in the kitchen, and that took about 2 weeks, and after they're dry, I just added them to a jar of nice sunflower oil, and then every time I take a little bit, I always add a little bit more in there. So I just always have a nice fresh stock of wild leek oil. So we're gonna get our pan started on a medium heat. But before we all get started, I pre-made a dish earlier, and this is the finished dish here. So you got your nice butternut squash puree, crispy rainbow trout, and your sweet corn succotash just on the side at the bottom. Put that guy back here, and another plate here. So just start your pan on a medium heat. Add a little bit of your oil. Not too much. This is very, very flavorful and very very pungent in flavor. And then you're going to grab your sweet corn, or you can use white hominy corn, which you would have in your boxes. Just get this going. Here. You're going to add your wild leeks. So about 3 or 4 wild leeks. Here. This is a quick dish. It's a quick hurry up and go kind of dish that you'll be making. Some nice red peppers that we've diced. Some nice half-inch, quarter-inch dice here. And get that going in your pan. Like so. These wild leeks, they grow pretty much everywhere in Ontario. They always come out right before the trillium flowers come out. Then a good teaspoon of nice jalapeno peppers. To add a little bit of heat to your dish. So just take the seeds out and then finally chop it. I always cook over a cast iron pan. Like, I have different pans for different needs at home. So, like this one is mainly for fish because it holds in all the fish flavors. I use one for braising. I use one for stews, and I only use one for eggs, and that's only for eggs. So we're gonna get this going. So once your corn starts to give a nice roasted color, you're going to turn your heat off. And then the butternut squash puree. So for this, It's just half of a butternut squash. Boil it down, and then just puree it, and then just season with a little bit of salt and pepper afterwards. So just add your butternut squash puree to your plate. Give it any kind of smear, any kind of look that you want. So I usually just go for the traditional smear down there, and then that way I just put the fresh vegetables in the middle here. I'm gonna add, and then right before you add it to your dish, you're gonna add some nice fresh cilantro. So no need to finely chop it. Just what your fingers are for. Just give it a nice coarse chop in your hands. And then what the heat is going to do is going to release a lot of the natural oils from the herbs. So just grab your veg, put it on your plate. Just like so, boom, boom. And any leftovers, just set off to the side. And then bring your heat back up to a medium-high heat, because what you want to do with the fish is you want to sear, right? So the more heat you would have, the more sear you get, and the more crustier the skin would actually be. And that's what you want. If you're cooking with a fish, the fish skin on, always try to go for a nice heat so that the skin can crisp right up. So be very liberal with your salt, and a little bit of pepper, and just place it in your pan. And at this point, do not touch it. Let the pan do the work. Let the heat do the work. Let the oil do the work. While it's here though, I'm going to add your little bit of salt to one side of your dish, your fish. A little bit of pepper. And what we did last year is we harvested some squash blossom flowers. I use this thing just for aromatic, and then what I do is I just add this to the top of the fish. So it'll give it a nice floral note to your dish, and then just put your stems back in there, because you can actually use this again to make a nice oil out of, or just grind it up and use it as a herb. And once your fish skin is nice and crispy on one side, it's time to flip it over. So what you're looking for is nice skin that you can hear just scrape along the top. Just make sure it's nicely seared on all sides. And I like my fish a little medium rare. The medium rare side, I like to have a lot of moisture. So just cook it to your own preference. I usually go 2.5 minutes on one side and 2 minutes on the other side. And then by that time it's good for me. But if you want it nice well done, go for like 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes on one side and 3 minutes on the other side. Just do a nice sear on all sides. So what you're doing is you're caramelizing all the natural sugars that are on the fish. This way it turns brown, so the sugar content will make it turn brown. Give it a nice turn. And then have a look, like so. And then just place it on your plate like this, skin side up. Right there. Garnish it with a little bit of fresh cilantro. This is your pan-seared rainbow trout succotash with sweet corn succotash and a butternut squash puree. I would like to thank you, the Ottawa Summer Solstice Festival, everybody watching, for letting me come into your home. For this dish, it represents a lot of memories, cooking over a nice campfire by the lake. with a nice cast iron pan, sipping on nice coffee. So I hope you enjoy this meal. Miigwech.
All right, there we have it, friends and relatives. You're tuned in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, and we want to say congratulations to those finalists for coming out and sharing your dances and with the people here. And once again, we want to be coming up here. We're moving on down. We have the men's grass, the youth men's grass, women's jingle, and now the youth jingle. Those polls are up on social distance powwow page in the announcements. You just have to expand the announcements, see all the announcements to see all the polls and submit your voting. We're giving extended time to these polls just to make sure everybody has a chance to get their votes in. And next up, friends and relatives, once again, we're going to stand by. We're going to be coming forth here at and when the time hits the top of the hour, we're going to be going here to men's traditional dancing, and those finalists will be standby, submitting their top 5 videos, and then we'll be running on through, ladies and gentlemen, with these dances. We want to just kind of give a few recognition. First of all, we'd like to recognize the Northern Cree Singers. The host drum this year, Northern Cree recorded the new and original songs for the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Powwow. Northern Cree is a 9-time Grammy-nominated powwow drum group from Treaty 6 territory with 49 albums to their credit. The group was formed in 1982 by Charles Wood Jr., Earl Wood, Randy Wood, and Steve Wood. They started releasing music in 1991 and made history in 2017 when they became the first powwow group to perform at the Grammy Awards ceremonies in Los Angeles, California. Northern Cree is led by Steve Wood, which includes Joel Wood, Marlon Deschamps, Shane Dion, Marcus Denny, Leroy Whitstone, Marvin Deschamps, Jordan Fiddler, Emerson Sampson, Penny McGilvery, Desi Chohan, Randall Pascamin, Jamin Pascamin, Gilbert Buffalo, Desmond Redcalf, Jonas Tatusis, Ben Cardinal, Kyle Pasquayak, Shayna McGilvery, and Jazer Little Wolf. And since 1999, Northern Cree has earned a total of 44 nominations and 18 awards for their music. And the music that they submitted, ladies and gentlemen, is first of all for the men's traditional. The second song that will be coming up here is Brisket Burner, composed by Leroy Whitstone. And also the women's traditional second song that'll be coming up a little later, the Crow Style Double Beat, composed by Marlon Deschamps. And then also the men's fancy second song coming up tomorrow, the Dune Town Tune by Leroy Whitstone. And then the Jingle Jam, composed by Randy Pascamin, is the women's and girls jingle dress second song that you just heard. On the Spot by Marvin Deschamps, men's traditional second song coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. And also, we want to say thank you here to the Northern Cree Singers for submitting the Storytime Warriors, composed by Leroy Whitstone. Also, the Summer Sunset, composed by Marvin Deschamps, for the Hoop Dancers. That'll be coming up later throughout the weekend. Once again, friends and relatives, as we get ready to go here, we also want to send some recognition to our relatives and then for everybody tuning in, but also some of the sponsors. Thank you to CN and CIDC, who are co-presenters of the categories. Also BMO for the women's traditional category, CUPE for the drum category, and Madavi Blue Cross for the drum category as well. And shout out to the No Indigenous History as a presenter of the traditional knowledge. Thank you all for being part of this festival, the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, the live stream happening right now with the live videos. We want to say congratulations to all the finalists for coming on and for representing your people, representing your nations, as the finals are still coming in for tomorrow's broadcast. We want to say congratulations to all the dancers and thank you for coming forth. Here's another song just to kind of keep the music rolling. All right, we're a few minutes away. We're going to be going here to the men's traditional and sponsored by CN and CDIC. And once again, Northern Cree with that second song for the men's traditional. Once again, you're tuned in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Competition Powwow live finals happening right here on Social Distance Powwow. And the live polls, ladies and gentlemen, are up in the announcement section of the page. So stand by, friends and relatives. Congratulations, man, to all of the dancers, all of the singers. I know certainly appreciated by all the spectators out there, all the fans throughout that really appreciate each and every one of your dancing. And thank you for being part of this great celebration, friends and relatives. You know, as we continue on and move forward with the day, once again, men's traditional standby for the top 5 finalists. We're going to be coming to you, and the live poll for those votes will be up. So come on to the Social Distance Powwow page and submit your favorite, submit your polls. We have the girls Jingle Dress Dancer poll that is up right now. And then we also have the women's Jingle Dress poll up right now as well. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the poll for the youth grass, which is up as well. And then we have the poll here set forth for the men's grass as well. So the votes are rolling in and the supporters are showing out and the dancers are getting some support throughout. The top 3 poll getters will get their votes in. And so we're about 1 minute away, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to transition to the men's traditional dancers. And once the men's traditional videos are played, then we'll be transitioning and the poll will be open for the live voting. So tune in and stay tuned throughout the day as we get ready to share with you all the songs and dances. So men's traditional standby, youth men's traditional, women's traditional as well. As youth women's traditional, then the men's solo singing and then drum group singing will bring us home here for today. And then we'll take a break until tomorrow, Sunday, for the finals for the rest of the categories. Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned in to Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival live finals happening right here on Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival pages, as well as the YouTube, as well as Social Distance Powwow. So here we go. Making it to the adult men's traditional finals, we want to say congratulations to Warren Daniels, Peter White, Malcolm Murphy, Thunderbird, and Charlie Kiyoki. Ladies and gentlemen, those were the top 5 finalists in the men's traditional. And we want to say congratulations to those dancers. And thank you to the Northern Cree for the second song for these men's traditional, as we view their live videos, as we view their broadcasting of their videos here today. After you see the videos, come on over to Social Distance Powwow page and the announcements. The live poll will be up in approximately 10 minutes or so, and will stay up for about an hour and 50 minutes to kind of get us to that 2-hour time frame. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, men's traditional, Warren Daniels, Peter White, Malcolm Murphy, Thunderbird, and Charlie Kiyoki. We're going to go ahead and share their videos at this time, so vote for your favorites. Stand by, stay ready. Here we go. Anytime you're ready. Men's traditional finalists.
Hey, hello, family and friends. My name is Malcolm Murphy. I dance the men's Northern Traditional. Just want to welcome you to the Navajo Nation, and I want to thank Northern Cree for the sneak up and Black Bear for the straight song. I want to wish good blessings upon everyone and enjoy the video, I hope.
My name is Charlie Kiyoki. I'm from Matawabasket First Nation, James Bay territory of the Crees. What inspires me to dance is to heal everybody around me, my family, my friends, and it healed me many ways that I thought I was never able to dance again. Just thinking about dancing after losing my leg, it was devastating, but here I am. I'm hoping to inspire people out there and also to heal everybody that needs healing, especially tonight. A friend of mine, MJ Sutherland, her daughter Shaylin just lost a family member. Maybe tonight you guys can keep say a prayer for them before you go to bed. Okay, Jimmy good.
Hi, my name is Warren Daniels. I come from Sturgeon Lake First Nation in Saskatchewan, Canada. And I've always said to dance for the people. So that's what I do, dance for the people.
Bonjour, Nijo Banastigo. Namaya Tutam, Northwest Angle 33, Dunji. Hello, my name is Thunderbird. I'm from Northwest Angle 33. My clan is Sturgeon. The reason why I dance is a few years ago I wasn't able to dance due to sickness. So I'm really glad that I'm able to dance again. As there's a lot of sickness going around, I pray for those that are not feeling too good due to illness. Miigwech.
All right, friends and relatives, what do you say? Virtual round of applause to those finalists of the men's traditional category. Once again, thank you to our host drum, Northern Cree, for that song. And also, as the poll is coming up here on Social Distance Powwow page, it will be up in the announcement section of Social Distance Powwow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy those dancing and those dancers, the effort they put forth to share their ways and their energy and their teachings with you, submit a vote. Go on over here to Social Distance Powwow page in the announcement and vote for your favorite dancer. Help them out to get to the pay window. The top 3 will be awarded the prizes. And ladies and gentlemen, next up, as the voting continues, we're going to transition to a teaching from Malvin John for the men's traditional category. And Malvin is part of the Kehewin Native Dance Theater and Canada's most celebrated native dance theater. And Kehewin Native Dance Theater, founded in 1991 by Malvin and Rosa John. Kehewin and his native theater, dance and storytelling. It is community workshops, interactive performances, and classroom visits. Kehewin tours storytelling and dance theater shows nationally and internationally for audiences of all ages. Our troupe was voted 3rd favorite dance company in Alberta and Canada in 2005 during the Alberta Scene in Ottawa, Canada. They've been touring and throughout the world, performing in Switzerland, New Zealand, as well as Germany, Italy, France, Mexico, Ecuador, and the US, Canada, and Australia. So friends and relatives, we're going to hear from Malvin John from the Kehewin Native Dance Theater, talking a little bit about men's traditional. So we're going to head on over to that video at this time, friends and relatives. Thank you for tuning in to Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And take it away, Malvin. Welcome to our broadcast. You're on the air.
Aho, Dansitoya, Wow. I'd like to thank you, each and every one of you for being here today. I'm going to share a little bit of my knowledge of the traditional Northern style. And I'm going to share with you a little bit of the story behind the Northern traditional. This is the traditional men's Northern style. This style is unique to the Northern Plains of Alberta. And a long time ago, we followed the buffalo, and this was our mainstay. And you can see in my outfit, there's pictures of buffalo, and this is a remembrance of that buffalo and of that time. And my traditional outfit you see here today is adorned with different patterns. And this is for me my depiction of myself, how I see myself, how I want to see others to see myself. And when I come into the dance arbor as a traditional dancer, I remember the stories of our elders, and our elders tell us the story of the eagle feather and how the eagle feather was our messenger. And in that long ago, the eagle feather allowed us and spoke for us on our behalf and saved us from a calamity. And this is the reason why we adorn the eagle feathers on our outfits, on my traditional bustle you see behind me. We tried to remember the eagle, and then when we move and when we dance our style, we move and we fly like the eagle and we hunt like the eagle. And long ago, traditional people would meet along that traditional trail, and so we would want to share information with each other. And a lot of times we would want to share a special hunt or a special time, or even amongst tribal people, maybe a traditional war dance that happened, or a traditional war party that went, and they came back with traditional goods. And so we wanted to share those stories. And so as traditional dancers, we would emulate those stories, and we would retrace those stories in our mind and in our steps, and we would go towards that animal or go towards the enemy. Whatever it was, we would emulate that, and we would make that into our movements. And the Northern traditional style is a traditional style that's very old, traditional way of dancing. And then when we dance, we try to keep with the beat of the drum, and the drum is the heartbeat of mother. It's signs that are part of nature. And you can see here we have the Angora, and which is a traditional sheep of the mountains, and they're very adept to climbing. And so when we dance, we ask the Angora to help us keep in balance, and then we try to keep in balance with the traditional drums. And and we can see here we usually use bells, or you see here, these are deer hoofs, and we keep in time with the beat. And then this way, when there's judgings out there, they know that we're keeping rhythm. And you can see the traditional beadwork here. And we also use our traditional shells. These are the omega shells. And then we remember the stories of the beginning of time, where the Creator blew into the shells and created the first rock, the first plant and animal life. And then we adorn these traditional items in our traditional outfits to help us remember. And here we have there's a traditional modern style of breastplate that we put on. And back in the day, we would use bone, and we would go into battle, and the bone would deflect the arrows off our body. And so this is more of a modern depiction of that time. And so in here we have a traditional rock here. And this is a lot of the people that we were able to meet were the Maoris of New Zealand, and they gifted me this, and so I thought it was fitting that I put it into my traditional outfit during remembering them. And here we have the traditional choker. Here again, it protects the wearer. Arrow would go towards the neck. It would deflect that also. And today, in the modern sense, it protects the words as you speak, and to the audience and to the people around you, and keeps you in good tone with everybody. And here you'll have the traditional headband and traditional head roach. It's a porcupine head roach, and these are traditionally the porcupine. As you walk towards them, they'll spray porcupine at you, quills, and in this way we try to emulate the porcupine because it allows us to keep alert. And so don't ever try to sneak up to a men's traditional dancer when they're wearing their porcupine outfit. And here we have the traditional eagle feathers, and we have two of them here. And it symbolizes a traditional story that happens to be with two kids having a good time, and they're just moving about and carelessly, carefree in the sunlight. And so when you see our traditional men's roaches, it's an emulation of that happiness. And so when we dance, everything a part of our outfit has something to do with what we feel inside. And so when we dance, we take that with us, and then we bring it into the arbor. And I hope that just a little bit of teachings I was able to share with you goes a long way in your trails. Oh, thank you very much.
All right, we want to say thank you there to Malvin John for those men's traditional teachings and speaking a little bit about the importance of dance, and your knowledge is appreciated here at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival celebration. Thank you for being part of this broadcast today. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, we're going to go here to Simon Brascape, an artist, going to be sharing some Algonquian stencil style arts and with the paintings. This was part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival workshop that was shared here throughout the month. And I want to say thank you to Simon Brascape for lending his talents and sharing those with the people here during this celebration. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the polls are up for your favorite dancers. Go to the announcements section of Social Distance Powwow to submit your votes for your favorite dancers. So far, we have the men's grass, youth grass, women's jingle, youth jingle, and now the men's traditional polls that are up. Those will stay up for about an hour and 50 minutes after they are posted, and then we'll be garnering the winners and announcing those on Monday. So stand by as we continue forth. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go forth with Simon Brascape, Algonquian style stencil arts, and we're going to be sharing some painting live workshop here from the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. So here we go. We're going to send it on over to Simon Brascape. Welcome.
Kwekwe, greetings. My name is Simon Brascape. I'm an Algonquin artist from Giddy, Ganzibi, Anishinaabe. And today is paint night. And we're going to do a Canada Goose. I'm calling it a golden Canada Goose because we're going to use a beautiful orange color. And we're going to go from the very start to the end in the next half hour. So first of all, you may want to prep the canvas by putting a layer of paint on it. What I did already was I used white paint with a tiny bit of yellow. You could easily put too much yellow in there, so just like a little, literally a dot of yellow, and then you put it all through the background of your canvas. And what that does is it gets away from the stark whiteness of the canvas. So in your kit, you would have received a sketch of a Canada Goose, and what you can do, there's a couple of ways you could do it. You can draw it on very carefully with a pencil, a hard pencil if you have one, or any pencil for that matter, and just sketch it out on the canvas. Just a light outline of your beautiful Canada Goose. Before we start painting it, I want to talk a little bit about what the Canada Goose means to Canadians, but also to First Nations people. First of all, it's a major source of food. When I'm taping this right now, it's goose break for the Cree up in northern Quebec. So everybody goes on the land and hunts moose or goose, and then the whole family feasts on the geese that they hunt. The geese migrate every year. Here in Ottawa, they migrate in the fall, and they're migrating north in the spring. And my family and myself look forward to hearing the geese flying, sometimes at night or during the day. You can hear their loud call, and you're looking for that iconic V shape that they're in. So I told my children how the geese originally formed the V, and it goes back to an old story, one of these Nanabush stories that you may have heard. And anyway, so Nanabush loves geese. He loves to eat geese. So he decides, because he's greedy, that he's going to eat a whole bunch of them. So he dives under the water. The geese are floating on the water where they're safe, and Nanabush ties a rope or a string around their feet, and the geese are going, can you feel anything on your feet? And I go, yeah, and they kind of guessed it might have been Nanabush up to his old tricks. So they decided to teach him a lesson. They all flew up. I don't know if you've ever seen a goose fly from the water up into the air, but they have to beat their feet on the water to get enough speed, and their wings are flapping, and there's water flying all over the place. Anyway, so the geese get up, and Nanabush is holding on to his rope, and the geese start forming a V because of the rope, and Nanabush is hanging onto this rope, but he's not a very good knot maker, so the knots start slipping, and each of the geese gets free, and eventually the last knot breaks loose, and Nanabush falls to the ground, and he's disappointed that he has no geese because he was greedy, and his tricks don't always work. Anyways, so back to our golden Canada goose. So I've sketched it out. I sketched it all out, and I'm going to use yellow acrylic paint, which you will have received in your kit, or if you're doing it at home, you went out and purchased it. So there's yellow and a tiny bit of red, not a lot. It's like I told you with the I always put too much. So see, I've already put too much in there. So I'm going to mix the paint like that, so you can see it almost looks too, no, it's coming out. Looks good. So you can see the nice gold color that we have for a gold Canada goose. So just go along the lines that you sketched on. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to replicate the geese's feathers by painting it like that. So more feathers. See how easy it's going on. So you can see it kind of looks like feathers. Paint its head. Canada geese are absolutely beautiful. And people who study geese say that geese mate for a lifetime, and one goose can tell the difference in the voice of another goose. So that's kind of interesting. So over the years, I've walked here in Ottawa and I've heard the geese coming through, and you can hear the different voices. You know, some of them are squawky, some of them have a gentle voice, beautiful voice. So like humans, they all sound a little bit different. So I'm going back to this, trying to replicate the feathers of the geese. I guess what fascinates everybody is you see these beautiful V shapes. I don't think there's another bird that flies in this characteristic V shape. But First Nations and Algonquin elders all tell us that the geese are teaching us to cooperate with each other, that we need to collaborate on the things that we do. We need to work as families. So this V shape is really really important teaching. So it teaches about the importance of not just cooperation and collaboration with each other, but it also teaches us about the importance of family. There's a very famous artist, Benjamin Chichi, that lived here in Ottawa at one time, and the geese were a theme that he did all his life, and he would do a mother goose and a smaller baby goose in these beautiful prints that he did. So we're almost done. So the background, of course, in your instructions, I recommend that you do it the day before. And today we're painting the goose, but what I would like you to do is let it dry. It might take an hour to dry, or you could let it dry overnight, and then when it's dried, we're going to paint the rest of the goose. Okay, so the golden paint has dried on our goose. And now we're going to put some designs on it. And in your kit or online, you'll be able to see some geese that other people did in this type of workshop to kind of inspire you. Express yourself. You could paint flowers on it. I'm going to use geometric designs. So I'm going to use a little bit of blue and green and some red. Okay. So in your kit, you may have primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. You may not have other colors, but you may want to mix them. You can mix them. So if you mix yellow and red, you get orange. If you mix blue and red, you get purple. And yellow and blue, you get green. So anyways, so you can mix your own colors. That'll be kind of exciting. So I'm going to paint like a little necklace on the goose. Well, green's an interesting color because, there you go. Green's an interesting color because in the 1800s, over 100 years ago, people considered green as a primary color. They hadn't developed the color theory of red, yellow, blue yet. But it was a color that people liked. Blue is an interesting color because blue was very expensive at one time because the material, you grind up a blue rock and mix it in with oil to make your blue color, your blue paint. And so blue was very expensive.
All right, we want to say thank you to Simon Brascape for sharing, and he's going to take a little pause. We're going to give Simon a chance to maybe try some of that seared salmon he probably made during that other presentation. But nonetheless, we're going to come back to Simon to finish up his painting here shortly. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to transition to the youth boys traditional finalists. We want to say congratulations to Lawrence Ducheneau, Silas Martinez, Dalvin Martinez, Camden Scribe, Nippon Almighty Voice. Those are your top finalists in the youth traditional. We're going to come to them in a few seconds here. We're going to share their videos, and we're going to be going on in here, ladies and gentlemen, to the poll right after that. So on some social distance powwow page, we have the polls up for all the finalists, all the videos. So be ready, stand by. Lawrence, Silas, Dalvin, Camden, Nippon. We're going to come to your videos at this time and share those with all the good people tuned into the Powwow celebration here on Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, Northern Cree. Take it away anytime you're ready. Song number 2 for these finalists. Here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Devin Martinez and Wiakayamash is my Indian name. I'm from the Yakum Nation Reservation over here in Washington. I'm 17 and I dance for my people, to heal, for my family, and it gives me something to do.
Dancer, Cannon's Guard in the Jiratsin, Makasaging Chinio. I'm here to dance Junior Boys Traditional.
Tell everybody how come you dance, son.
Dance for people in wheelchairs that can't dance, or people having a hard time in the hospital, or people that don't have homes. And I feel proud of who I am, and I dance to remind people that we're still here.
Krishna. I'm 12 years old. I'm dancing for the Youth Boys Traditional Finals. I live in Spirit Lake, North Dakota. From Spirit Lake, North Dakota. I dance for my elderly and for my health.
Hi, I'm Nico West from Royal First Nation, Saskatchewan, but I reside here in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. The reason why I dance is the feeling of the heartbeat of Mother Earth, which is known as the drum, and makes me feel good as a person. I dance for the ones that we lost and the ones that are present that are incapable to dance. Ahoa.
Nicole and me, Nainama, Payu. Hello everyone, my name is Cyrus Martinez. My Indian name means Little Nighthawk. I come from the Yakama Nation Reservation. I am part Glenn from my dad's side, and I dance because my family dances. I love to dance, and I dance for the people who cannot dance, and that's why I dance. Thank you.
Right. Big round of applause for the Youth Boys traditional finalists, Lawrence Ducheneau, Silas Martinez, Devin Martinez, Camden Scribe, Nippon Almighty Voice. Those were your finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the poll is going to be up on Social Distance Powwow. It'll be up on the top of the page in the announcements. Vote for your favorites. Show some love to the dancers. And congratulations to all the finalists throughout today and tomorrow. And thank you all for sharing your dances, your gifts, your medicine of songs and dances these last week and, coming up these next few days as well. So friends and relatives, you're tuned in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And as the votings take place, we're going to go ahead and bring back Simon Brascape, Algonquin stencil style arts, and is going to finish up the painting, and that's part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival workshop. Here we go. We're going to send it back on over here to Simon Brascape to finish up the painting.
Very expensive at one time because the material, you grind up a blue rock and mix it in with oil to make your blue color, your blue paint. And so blue was a very expensive and very rare color that you would see in old paintings. Of course, today we're lucky blue is prevalent. All these colors are prevalent because they're now made from chemicals and not from organic material or rocks. So, okay, so we got the green there. Get another brush. I'm going to put some red on it. So you can see this beautiful red color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some red circles on the goose. There's one. So I try to create a flowing pattern with these dots. So I'm going like this. So you can see the pattern that I've created. So I'm going to create another pattern going down this way. So these patterns you'll find in nature. Whenever I'm out walking, I look at leaves that are on the ground, and you see this beautiful pattern. Or you're looking at water, you see the water's the way it's flows, or you throw a rock in it and it gets these beautiful concentric circles patterns. So nature is a really good teacher for artists. And I think artists do art to celebrate nature, honor nature, and when you're doing your artwork, you're kind of thinking about it. You're kind of thinking about the subject that you're painting. In this case, we got this beautiful Canada goose. I'm going to put one more dot here. So you can see that there's a pattern going through here. Like that, that kind of a pattern. And even the goose itself is kind of a V shape. I'm going to paint the beak. I might paint it, I'm going to paint it blue. Get a little bit of water. This is a beautiful blue. You can actually see in this blue, even though it's blue, there's a lot of green in it. Check it out. I might put it, I usually don't put eyes. I'm not going to put an eye in it. So I could put some more dots out in here if I want, or some bands. I'm going to put another band over here, a blue one. Okay, so we got the blue in there. I might put some more dots I don't know. I might overdo it. Decision time. So I'm trying to visualize what it would look like in my mind's eye when I look at it. So if I do blue, is that blue going to overpower the red? Or do I put another color in there? Or I might even repeat the orange color or leave it. No, it needs something in here. I'm going to go with the blue dots, smaller blue dots. But you'll see in your kit, there's a lot of variations in there. Sometimes I'll paint a almost like a plant coming from there, and these beautiful curve lines. I'll do some curved lines here. For its tail. So we see these beautiful curved lines in nature everywhere. It's spring now, and if you look at the plants, they're kind of popping up out of the ground, and a lot of them are like, if you know ferns, they're kind of in a spiral shape, and it's a very powerful symbol. It represents wisdom as it pops out of the ground. Okay, so I think that's enough for our golden Canada goose. This one needs an eye. I'm going to put an eye there. So there you go. Good luck with yours. You're probably well on your way of finishing it. You could post your final results on the website. You'll see the instructions on the website where to post it. If you send me your name, if you're interested in this one, of course I'll sign it in a minute, but what I'll do is, if you send it, say, I'm interested in the Canada Goose that you did for paint night, what I'll do is we'll do a draw, and if your name comes up, I'll mail it to you. So I'll if you have your email address, I'll email you and say, hey, you won the Canada Goose, and I'm going to mail it to you. So good luck with your painting. Art is a wonderful way to think about life, to enjoy life, to think about nature, to connect with nature. And a lot of Indigenous artists honor and respect nature through their artwork, and enjoy the rest of the evening through your painting, and don't forget to finish it, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Miigwech.
All right, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives. We want to say congratulations once again to those youth men's traditional, youth boys traditional finalists. The poll is up on Social Distance Powwow. And, once again, we want to say thank you also to our guest here today, Mr. Simon Brascape, for the Algonquin style stencil style arts for the nice painting and beautiful painting representing Indigenous people in a very good way. That is part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival workshop, ladies and gentlemen. Also, want to send some recognitions to our hosts, Drum Northern Cree singers, for the beautiful songs and the awesome singing, sharing some brand new songs just specifically for these finalists on Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. We also want to make mention of our sponsors, CN and CIDC, as co-presenters, and BMO for the women's traditional category, CUPE for the drum category, song and singers category, Madavi Blue Cross, also part of the drum sponsorship. And shout out to No Indigenous History as a presenter of traditional knowledge, one of the other sponsors here as well in the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Friends and relatives, you're tuning in to the live finals here happening today and tomorrow. And head on over to the Social Distance Powwow page and make sure you submit your votes for all the categories. The men's grass and the youth grass dance polls have closed. And then also the women's jingle dress poll will be up for about another 5 minutes. The youth jingle dress poll is open, as well as the men's traditional and the youth traditional boys categories. As well, stand by because the women's traditional category is coming up next, and that poll will be opening here at about 3:10 p.m. Eastern time, and will stay open for about an hour and 50 minutes. Coming up the rest of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have the youth women's traditional coming up around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Then the men's solo singing finals right around 4 o'clock Eastern. Then bringing us home today, ladies and gentlemen, will be the drum groups. Those polls will be up for those categories. So once again, coming up, we have women's traditional, youth women's traditional, men's solo singing, and drum group competitions. The finalists are performing and sharing their videos, and then you will go to the Social Distance Powwow page to vote for your favorites as well. So I'm just going to share a song, and we got about 5 minutes before we go to women's traditional. All right, here we go, Ladies and gentlemen, standing by the women's traditional finalists, you're tuned in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival on the Social Distance Powwow page in partnership with the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival happening all throughout the week. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in this weekend and showing your support. We're about 3 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on over here to the women's traditional category. And as we share the women's traditional category, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being part of this great celebration this weekend, to all the contestants for joining in and sharing their dances. And we appreciate your participation all throughout this past week. And then for this finals time, we want to say thank you to all those that are part of the poll as well. The live video is at the top of the page. We're about 2 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. And as well, if you go into the announcements, under the announcements, you'll see the polls that are open for the dancers. And a lot of the votes are pretty close. So your votes count. They make a difference. And we appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this great celebration. We thank you for being here and for helping us to celebrate the power, the strength, the courage of Indigenous arts, songs, dances, and all the talents, the food, every part that was showcased here throughout the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Friends and relatives, we're going to be going here to the women's traditional finalists. We're going to get ready to share and represent. Once again, thank you to the Youth Boys traditional finalists for coming on and sharing your style, representing right here on the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. We're about 1 minute away, and then we're going to transition here. But in the meantime, in between time, we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for joining in and for being part of this great celebration as we continue forth here the next couple of days. Tomorrow will be the finals going through the day. And so today is the finals here, bringing home here all of the great dancing and the singing as we get ready to focus on the women's and the girls' traditional, as well as the solo men's and the groups, songs. And so, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The finalists for the women's traditional category, the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival 2021. Introducing Tilda Walsey, and also Yolanda Good Voice, December Arrow White, Sandra Plenty Wounds, Jasmine Phillips. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you on to the finalists of the women's traditional category, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Take it away, ladies. You're on the air.
Hello, my name is December Arrowhite. I'm Shoshone Bannock from Fort Hall, Idaho. I am thankful for making the top 5 in the women's traditional, and the reason why I dance is because I enjoy dancing with my family. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandra Woods. I'm a Shoshone Bannock tribe. I live in Fort Hall, Idaho, and the reason I'm doing this video is because you can dance at any age. Thank you.
currently reside in London, Ontario, and today I am dancing for those that are unable to dance.
My name is Tilda Walsey. I'm from Wapato, Washington, a member of the Warmspinks tribe, and I dance because for me it is healing.
Shona! My name is Yolanda Good Voice. I'm a member of the Apsalaga Nation, Crow tribe from South Central Montana, and I love to dance. Dancing makes me feel at one with myself. It makes me feel connected to my culture, my family, my relatives, and my tribe. And I would like to say thank you very much for your contest. I've been needing to come back into the circle, into the medicine, and I dedicate this dance to everybody who cannot dance. Aho.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to those dancers. You're back here to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Congratulations to those ladies for making the finals. And Northern Cree with another great song. Thank you so much for the songs of all the champion dancers that are representing here. And thank you so much to all the contestants for being part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival celebration. Once again, we want to say thank you to all of our sponsors, CN, CDIC, No Indigenous, BMO, as well as all the great relatives out there that kind of support what we're doing here. And thank you to Trina and all the crew over here. Thank you to Lindsay Sarzin and Lindsay King and all the crew that's helping us out here today to broadcast and bring this to each and every one of you in the comforts of your own home, your own video, your own phone, whatever device you're using, wherever you're at. We just hope this finds you feeling good, doing good, and being healthy. And hopefully Creator is bringing some good feeling to each and every one of you here throughout. And ladies and gentlemen, the poll will be up here for the women's traditional finalists. It'll be on Social Distance Powwow page. It'll be pinned up on top to the Social Distance Powwow page in the announcements. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen. And in a little bit here, we're going to be welcoming forth Rosa John. Rosa John will be speaking a little bit about the traditional teachings, some of the dancing and some of the importance of our culture, women's traditional teachings by Rosa John. Once again, Rosa John being part of the Cahawan Native Dance Theater World Travelers and celebrated award-winning group. And so we appreciate Rosa for stepping in and sharing some knowledge and sharing it with each and every one of you. And friends and relatives, once again, let's give a round of applause to those finalists and submit your votes. Don't forget to cast your votes for your favorite dancers. Go to the announcements of Social Distance Powwow. Click on See All to see all of the polls that will be up for the time being. And tune in on Monday to find out the winners of these categories, ladies and gentlemen. So friends and relatives, stand by, be ready. We're going to take it on over here to Rosa Joan to share some women's traditional teachings in about 1 minute. And that double beat song was really good by awesome by Northern Cree. Man, that was awesome. Good job to Steve Wood and the fellas, Joel, Marlon, all the crew over there, Shane, all the crew at Northern Cree Drum Group. And shout out to all the fellas for sharing these original songs with the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. We're about 30 seconds away, then we'll be transitioning to the women's traditional teachings from Rosa John. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in and being part of this celebration. We hope you all are doing all right. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going forth here throughout the day. Stand by after this. Youth, women's traditional, men's solo singing, and the drum groups finals will all be bringing us home here as we close out day number 1 of the finals. So anytime you're ready, Rosa John, we're going to take it on over to you at this time. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. I'm here to tell you a little bit about my regalia. I'm Southern traditional, and I'm from the Taino Nation, Taino Ti, everyone, and I'm a Southern dancer, and I'd like to share with you a little bit about what my outfit is about and why I dance this style. I used to be a fancy dancer, and it was great. You had a lot of freedom to do all the moves you wanted to do. But after an accident in 1992, I had to not be able to dance for quite a few years. Finally, when I took it up again, I was able to dance traditional, which is a low stepping dance that's danced very slowly, and I can keep up with it. So it makes me really happy to be able to dance this. Let me tell you a little bit about my outfit. Down here are all the pieces to my outfit, and it all starts with the dress. My daughter Violet made this for me so I could dance, and it all starts with this ribbon dress, and I put this on, and once I put that on, I can feel already the power of the dance. When I start getting ready, that's when I start feeling it, even before I hear the drums. And here is some beadwork that I got done. And here is my cape, which Violet and my husband Melvin made for me. And you can see that it's very floral, lots of floral designs. This is a purse that was given to Violet when she was Miss Indian World, and she gifted it to me. This is my breastplate. Traditionally, breastplates were worn to protect yourself, all of your vital organs, your heart, your stomach, all of those, your kidneys, all those vital organs were protected by this, because a long time ago it would be really, really tight. It would be put like that, really tight. And when it's like that, it's hard for anything to go through, like an arrow, you can't get through it. These are my moccasins. They're worn pretty good. They were made by Shayna Pasap, and she beaded all of this for me. And then my husband Melvin John put the leather on because I wanted high tops. And I feel really good when I'm dancing because of my moccasins. I feel really connected to Mother Earth, and I feel really at one with my dance outfit. This is my crown that my daughter Violet beaded for me. You can see that it's fully beaded. It's lined. There's been a lot of sweat here, so you can see where it's dyed, bleached a little bit. And what you can see here is the portrayal of things that I love, the butterfly, the flower. I really love my glitter. It's something that I really enjoy wearing as my crown. It makes me feel really good. And last but not least is my shawl. This shawl was given to me by my daughter Violet as well. She was gifted this shawl as well when she was Miss Indian World in 2016. And she gifted it to me because it matched my outfit, and I was very happy of that. This beadwork here, you'll see here these weasels here. And weasels are it's a protection. And here's one of the most important things from my outfit. It's my fan. This was gifted to me by Tony Duncan and Violet Duncan. And it's got macaw feathers. And for the Taino people, the macaw is very important. We wear macaw feathers on our head. And to have this with me, even though I'm wearing so much northern style things, for me, Southern style is Northern style. So this is a real gift to me to have this fan with macaw feathers, because it reminds me of my culture, the Taino culture. And it also reminds me of my clan. My clan is the Blue Rain clan. And the macaw, of course, is very blue. And I love this color of blue. And I find that it really speaks to me as a member of Blue Rain clan of the Taino. And last but not least, the eagle feathers that were gifted to me. These are eagle feathers that were gifted to me. I've got a black tip and I've got some spotted. And I wear these on my head here. And it all depends on where I'm dancing and what it's for that I wear the eagle feathers. This is the one that normally goes with my outfit. You can see that it's got some feather work here that was done. Now all of this it's been with me for quite a while, so it's not brand new regalia at all. This is all aged regalia. So, and that's what happens, you know. I'm 64 years old, 64 years young, and I love dancing. And I hope that you all have a really great time out here at the 2021 Summer Solstice Festival. This is great. We're having a great time watching you all. And take care and have a great weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you to Rosa John for the knowledge and sharing of the teachings of the women's traditional dance, and from your perspective as far as the teachings that you have. So thank you so much. And once again, the polls are open, ladies and gentlemen, for the women's traditional category. Come on over to the social distance powwow in the top of the page, and the announcements. It's linked up there. The poll is open. So vote for your favorites, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you see, if you're enjoying the dances, show your support. And I know the dancers would greatly appreciate it. You are going to decide the top 3 winners of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Virtual Powwow 2021. And friends and relatives, we're here and we're live here as we get ready. And we're going to be sharing a little bit here as we transition, but stand by to the Youth Women's Traditional here in about 13 minutes or so. And then after that, men's solo singing contest finalists. And then bringing us home is the drum group finalists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to share a few songs as some intertribal singing. So if you're in your living room, get on up and dance, record it and send it in. We want to see your dancing. So here's a couple of intertribals to kind of help us through Indian style here at the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Get out your food, pretend you're at a powwow, and come on out and dance with us. All right, here we go. So watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah, gay so, watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah, gay so, hey watch it po, gay so, hey watch it po, watch it, gay so, yeah. All right, I wanted to share that song in memory of the late Danny Seaboy from the Sisseton, Wahpeton, Dakota, Oyate, who made his journey this year due to the COVID pandemic, and a great announcer, a great singer, composer, hand game singer, player, moccasin games, great wealth of knowledge amongst the Sisseton, Wahpeton, Dakota, Oyate. So remembering the late Danny Seaboy Mato Duta and the family over there at Sisseton, I want to say thank you. And also condolences to each and every one of you across the North America and around the world that have lost relatives during this pandemic. As we're coming out, celebrations are coming back and people are back in person slowly but surely. And but nonetheless, there's a lot of us that still maybe cannot gather. A lot of the relatives who are unable to participate in person. So it's important to have these virtual celebrations to be able to represent and showcase a lot of the songs and the dances of all the great talents across, North America, Turtle Island, as we refer to it as. So friends and relatives, as we go forth here, I just wanted to make mention and say thank you to Northern Cree for the songs that you have shared with all of us here on this great day of song and dance for the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And also want to make recognition of CN and CIDC for being co-presenters of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Thank you to BMO for sponsoring the women's traditional categories. Also CUPE, also the CUPE drum category, as well as the Madavid Blue Cross for sponsoring the drum categories as well. Thank you to no Indigenous history presenter of the traditional knowledge. We appreciate you all for your support and sharing with us. The polls are open, ladies and gentlemen, on Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. And so we want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being part of this great day, and good luck to all the dancers and all the finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate each and every one of you for your support and sharing with us. Don't forget to go on the announcement section on the Social Distance Powwow page to check out the polls and vote for your favorite, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the polls are starting to close. I know the first few polls that were up, we had them up for almost 2 hours. The men's grass and the youth grass polls have closed now. And then just kind of give you an update as on the rest of the polls here as we take a look at the days. All right, so next up, we also had the women's jingle poll that closed as well. And coming up here for 8 more minutes, the youth jingle poll is up and it'll be closing shortly. And as well as the men's traditional, youth men's traditional, women's traditional, those polls are still up at this time, friends and relatives. We're going to get ready for the youth women's traditional coming up here in about a little less than 8 minutes. So in the meantime, I'm going to share another song for each and every one of you as we pass some time here as we share. Just like we're at a real powwow. This is a real powwow. This is a virtual powwow, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to share some live songs for each and every one of you. Powwow, All right, we're about less than 6 minutes away, friends and relatives, before we go on down to the young girls, the youth, women's traditional category finals. And once again, the polls are open for the women's traditional, the men's traditional, youth men's traditional, and I believe all the other polls are closing. So thank you so much for submitting your votes. I think the youth jingle poll will be closing here shortly. But nonetheless, thank you for tuning in here today to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival as we bring things home here for the next hour and a half as we finish up the broadcast here today. I want to say thank you to Trina and to all the crew out there helping to make the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival available to each and every one of us across North America. We're about 5 minutes away, friends and relatives. So I'm going to share another song as we get ready to get into the women's traditional style. Yahoo, hey, Yahweh, oh, hey, hey, hello, 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 Yahoo, hey, Yahweh, oh, hey, hey, hello, hey, hey, Yahoo, hey, Yahweh, oh, hey, hello, 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 Yahoo, hey, all right. We're about 3 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from the young women's traditional finalists. Stand by for the poll right on social distance powwow. We want to say thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in today and showing your support for the dancers. We want to say thank you and good luck to each and every one of you, all the dancers that will be coming up the next few days. Tomorrow will be the finals for many of the categories. So we want to say thank you very much for sending in your videos and submitting, being part of this celebration. We're a few minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from the young women's traditional. And so I'm going to share another song as we get ready for that. hey, oh, way, hey, oh, way, hi, oh, hey, oh, oh, oh. When I wait, hey, I wait, hi, hey, oh, hey, oh, way, hi, oh, hey, oh, hey, yeah. When I wait, get away, high, hey, way, hey, away, hey, when I wait, get away, all right, we're going to go ahead and start transitioning and getting you all ready for the category of the Young Women's Traditional, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Women Traditional, we have with us, congratulations to Shantae King. Also, Yeslyn Zitz Arrow White. Congratulations to Yvonne Swallow, Madison Switch Fixico, and bringing us home, Phoenix Big Sky. So those are the finals. We're going to go to 30 seconds, and we'll be going on here to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Shantae King, finalist, Young Women's Traditional. Yeslyn Zid's Arrow Right, finalist, Young Women's Traditional. Yvonne Swallow, Madison Fixo, Phoenix Big Sky, your finalists. Here we go. The polls will be open after these videos. Take it away, Young Women's Traditional.
Hello, my name is Madison Switch Fixico. I'm 16 years old. I reside in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'm Iway and I'm from the Eagle Clan. And today I am dancing in honor of those who are unable to dance, those who are ill, and in honor of my late grandfather, Dan Small Jr., also known as Grandpa Cooley. Kiki. Thank you.
Anishinaabe. I'm dancing Girls Traditional, Summer Solstice Powwow finalist, and I'm dancing for Every Child Matters.
My name is Yasmin Arrowlight. I'm from Shoshone-Bannock Tribes. I'm from Fort Hall, Idaho. And why I am dancing is because I like to make memories with family and friends, and it makes me feel good.
Hi, my name is Swala, and I live in Kyle, South Dakota, and I like to dance for the elders.
What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Shantae King, Yaslin Arrowwhite, Yvonne Swallow, Madison Fixico, Phoenix Big Sky, the finalists. The poll will be open on Social Distance Powwow group page at the top in the announcements. When it's ready, it'll be posted there shortly. Next up, we're going to go to David Finkel for a hand drum tutorial. This is part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. We share these videos as tutorials as part of this great celebration. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see more of those tutorials, you can head on over to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival website to catch a lot of the great tutorials that they have been sharing throughout the week and throughout the month. David Finkel with the hand drum tutorial. We'll go ahead and go through this. We're going to share this because it's important for us to understand. Sometimes we go to powwows, but we don't get to see how things are made. So it's good to have David Finkel here with this tutorial on how to make a hand drum, how to make a drum in that way. So we're going to send it on. This is part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival programming. So David Finkel, welcome to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival virtual powwow. You're on the air.
Here's Dave. He knows how to do stuff.
Hey guys, welcome to Drum Making with Dave. I figured to begin the video off, the first thing we're going to do is go through the list and make sure that we've got everything that we need to make the drums. So I'm going to go through the list and tell you everything that you should have in your kit, if you got them from me anyways. So, this one's easy. Stick, right? Not much of a sound if you don't have a stick. So there'll be one for each drum. Then you're going to have your frame, all right? Now your frame is pretty delicate, so don't drop it or whatever. It could break. When the drum is made around it, it's very sturdy. But before the skin is around it, it can be a little bit delicate. So make sure you don't play frisbee with this or anything. You wreck your frame, you're not going to have anything to wrap a skin around. That brings us to the skin. Here we go. These are the skins. So you'll get them from me. They'll look like this. They'll have the holes punched, and they'll be cut to match the size of this. As you can see, they'll be, structured just so. Now, you may wonder what these things are. These are just bands that this will come in handy later. It's like the very last thing you do after the drum gets made. What these will essentially do is once you get the skin wrapped around this frame, you will put them around to make sure that the hide dries nice and tight to the frame. So, like I said, we'll come to that later. I don't want to jump too far ahead right now. We're just doing the checklist. Now lastly, you will have a bunch of banding that I have cut for you. So this banding, along with the skins, will need to be soaked in cool water or temperature water, not hot. I repeat, not hot. We're not making soup here. And this will be put in water the day before that you're going to make your drums.
Alright, the day before you make your drums, you're going to want to make sure that you soak them overnight in the water. Do not use hot water again, just use cold water or room temperature. When the hide is very hard, soaking it in the water, what it'll do is it'll make it soft and pliable so that we're able to weave it. So you just put the skins and the banding all in the water, and you do that the night before you want to make your drums. You can use a tub like I'm using here, or you can use a Rubbermaid tote or a sink, a bucket. If it holds water, it'll work.
Alright, our hides are all soaked. These totes are good things to do the soaking with. So I've got a couple of skins in here. I know that the size of the drums that you guys are going to be making, chances are this size, which is the more traditional size. Make a good sounding drum. But I decided for the purposes of this video to make the drum like a big version. And it's just because it's larger and easier for you guys to see. Everything is exactly the same, it's just a larger scale. So you would not do anything differently. As you can see, before you soak the hides, they're very hard and stiff. There's no way that you can wrap this around a wooden frame. So this is why we soak them, to make them more pliable. Now, see how nice and loose and that is. So now we can work. So you're going to notice, right off the bat, that one side is smooth and the other side is a little bit rough. The rough side was the side that was facing inside the animal. The smooth side was what originally had the fur on it. So we are going to make the drums upside down, which means we want that smooth side to be on the outside of the drum. So how we do that is you take the smooth side down, rough side up. So you put that down, now you take your frame and you pick what you feel is the smoothest side. No irregularities, no knots in the wood, or you pick what looks to be, as best you can eye it up, the nicest side. I'd say that one. So that's the side that you point down. And that is how you place those materials. Now we're going to need banding to wrap that up, as you can see here. There's all this banding. Well, that is this stuff, which I know it looks like a bunch of spaghetti noodles or fettuccine noodles or something. I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. Best to have one person at a time at the tub to get the banding. If everybody goes in here at the same time, they're all going to be pulling at different angles, and you're going to create crazy knots that you don't want. We can't have any knots in this stuff. So we're going to look through here, one person at a time, and take one nice big long piece out. If it gets a little bit tangled, just move it around in the water and pull. This is why you don't want too many people doing it at the same time. Well, this is certainly a very long piece, so this will definitely be long enough for me to do this drum. Now this is interesting. Before we even get to make the drum, check this out. See how long this is? Well, because it's wet and the fibers haven't been stretched yet, watch this. Watch how it stretches. See that? So we're going to just go down the entire length of this piece, and we're going to stretch it. Now it's not a tug of war. We're not like, you know, we're just kind of going down the length of this piece, and we're stretching it. And it's getting thinner in spots, which is normal. So as long as this piece was, it's going to be even longer now that we stretch it. And there we go. So we have our hide, smooth side down, rough side up. We have our frame, the nicest side with the two pointing down. And you're going to notice, take a look here, I've got sets of holes here. Now the way that I've got it set up is, and if you rotate this ring until it looks good, you'll notice that there's going to be 3 sets of holes each piece of wood. So where the 2 pieces of wood are glued together, you're going to see 1, 2, 3 holes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See the way that works? So we just turn it until it's absolutely nice and centered. Here's what you don't want. You don't want this to be off center like that, or like that, or see there's all this flop in here, but meanwhile over here it's not enough. So we want to make sure that everything is nice and centered, and it looks to be so. Now the first thing, like we said, we're going to make is the inner ring. Now the inner ring, you can see on this drum, see this little ring of hide? This is the very first thing that must be made. Alright? And this inner ring is very important. It's going to be what the banding gets wrapped around. So it's going to be like wrapping around, going through the holes, through the ring, through the holes, all around it. Don't worry, we're going to cover that later. We don't need to worry about that now, but I'm just telling you what it's for. It's a very important piece. And it has to be double strength, because when this thing dries, this will get tight and it will pull against this inner ring, which will hold it in place. So it's important that it's strong. So here's how we make that. You take your banding and you make sure that there isn't any knots in it. So I've already gone down the whole length of this and made sure that there isn't any knots. It's important not to have knots. Here's the reason for that. See all these little holes I've got here? See the set of holes? A knot will not fit through that. You'll go to pull it and it'll stop because the knot is in the way. This is why it's important not to have knots in your banding. All right, so everything's in place. We're going to make that inner ring. Here's how we do it. We take the hide and you make a circle. All right? Now it's important that the circle comes in about that far in from the hide. You don't want to, or in from the wood I mean. You don't want to just like go all along the wood and do that. It's too big. It's important that the circle comes in a little bit and it's smaller than the wood. The circle you're making right now has to be smaller than the wood. So we go around once, and because, like I said before, it's important that this has to be strong, we're going to make it double strength. So we're going to go around again. So that is pretty good right there. I'm looking at that, and I just measured it by doing that. That's essentially what we've done, is we've measured it. Now we have to tie our knot. This part is a little bit hard, but the good part is that this is the hardest thing about the whole thing, and it's good to get it out of the way right off the bat. Here's what you do. We're going to go here, because this is where the two parts end, right? We have this part which is attached to that long banding part, and we have this little tag we've left ourselves so that we can tie a knot. Here's how we tie our knot. We're going to mark it, just grab it so that it doesn't move, and I'll hold it really close to the camera for you. We're going to take this and wrap it around, right? And then we have our long piece coming off. We're going to do this thing we do when we tie our shoes. Tie a knot. Now what you're going to be left with is a double strength ring with a big long tail piece coming off of it. So we're going to take that and set that in the center of our drum. So this is what we have, is 3 concentric circles. We have our inner ring, we have our wood, and we have our hide. And it's very important that one is inside the other is inside the other. They're all centered in the middle. We don't have it looking like this. I mean, that's wacky. You're not going to be able to make your drum if it's all over the place. Very important that everything is centered. I like to put my ring in the middle with the knot facing me. Now we want to make sure we have enough to make our drum. Here's how you do the measuring. It's a really cool trick. After you have your inner ring and the inside, take this long piece and go around the frame a total of 1, 2, and 3 times. I now know that I have enough to make this drum because it went around the frame 3 times. So I am going to cut this here because there's no sense pulling all this extra stuff through the holes. We're not going to need it. Not till later when we make our handles. And then those shorter pieces, they're going to come in really handy. Let me show you how to cut it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the hide and cut it. Like I said, these smaller pieces we're going to put back into the bin. Did you hear that splash? I got it. So, here is a very important thing to do. When you're cutting it, don't cut it like this. How are you going to fit this through those tiny little holes, right? We want to make it sharp. So here's how we cut it. Cut it like this so that it's nice and pointy. See how nice and pointy that is? So this pointy edge will be able to go through the holes. So now that we've done that and we've measured it, we're going to unwrap it from being around the wood. But we're keeping our 3 rings together. 3 concentric circles. That means one inside the other. Here's a nice top view for you, just to show you what it looks like. 3 rings inside each other. And here are our holes, as you can see. Now you know why we ended up making that, cutting that nice and sharp, was so that we could go through those holes easier. So you may notice there's 2 sets of holes. Well, that's all part of what we have to pull this bending through, this stuff. So I'm going to show you a little trick to do that. When you put your ring inside your middle there, you want the knot here, to be facing towards you. Okay? You don't want it like that, because then you have to reach over, and you want it to be nice and close. It's going to flop around a lot. You just got to constantly fix it. Don't worry. As you go, it gets easier. So now that we're ready to begin, I'm going to show you something that's going to come in handy. These spray mist bottles. See? They're really nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to spray everything. Make it nice and wet. We're going to put that banding in a pile. We're going to get that wet too. Very important we get that nice and wet. And now we are ready to begin. I'm going to show you the pattern. Alright, here is our pattern. We're going to go through a set of holes that is closest to the knot. Here's a nifty little trick you can do. Take this and pull it towards you so you can see that it's flopping. It's harder to get through the holes if you have it flat on the table, because you have to get in and get out, and it can be hard. So yeah, just pull that so it's just hanging off the table like that. Makes it easier. We're going to take our pointy part and we're going to go through a set of holes. So I'm going to go down through here, and right away I'm going to go up through the one beside it. And here's where it gets a little tricky, because there's so much to pull through. You have to pull all that through. We're going to take our hand and we're going to hold it nice and steady. I'm going to push down on that wood so it doesn't flop all over the place. And I'm going to pull all that banding through so that it looks like that. I'm not going to pull so hard. This is important. Don't pull so hard that your inner ring climbs up over the wood. You don't want that, because remember, that doesn't match up with what we wanted, which was 3 concentric circles, one inside the other. So that was half the pattern. The other half is now you go through that hoop. So it's just a matter of you grab that hoop, take your point, and you go through the center of it. Alright? And hold it as best you can. Maybe hold it flat, and again, you pull all that banding through. So here's what it looks like. Alright, I'm going to show you close up. So we have our inner ring, and we put it down and up. Don't go around here. Just go down and up, like sewing. Alright? Just like sewing. So we have gone through a set of holes, and now we've gone through our loop. See? Set of holes through the loop. Well, gee, what are we going to do now? Can anybody guess? That's right, it's another set of holes, because this is our pattern. We're going to go through a set of holes, and then we're going to go through that loop, our inner ring that we made. Then we're going to go through the next set of holes, and then through the loop, through the set of holes, through the loop, set of holes, through the loop, all the way around. It's the same thing. So I know it sounds complicated, maybe it looks a little complicated, but it's actually just the same thing over and over again. Set of holes through the ring, set of holes through the ring. So I'll do a few more for you so you can see. So here's how you do it. You go down through and pull from the bottom. Not far, just far enough to be able to go up through the other side. See how that looks? Right? Here's what we're not doing. Alright? I'll give you an example of something that could be wrong. We could go down through the hole and then come around and pull like so. And if it looks like that, that's not right. You don't want to go around the edge. You just want to, it's even easier than that. Just down and up. Alright, that's how it looks. Remember, I'm holding this nice and steady so it doesn't flop around on me. Pulling it all the way through. I know it's a lot to pull it first, but as you make your way around the drum, it gets less and less. So can you see our pattern so far? like we were talking about. Set of holes through the hoop. Set of holes. Well, what do I gotta do now? Of course, it's through the hoop. So again, pulling all that hide through. See how that's looking? Now it's important that you keep this nice and loose. See your ring here? It's still in the inside of the frame. That's what you want. If you pull, then the ring starts to crawl up over. You don't want that. That means you're going too tight. So loosen up. Make sure that the inner ring, you're only just getting the laces in place. We're not doing our tightening yet. That's gonna come later.
All right, friends and relatives, we want to say thank you to our drum maker for sharing the tutorial. We'll come back to that later, but just to kind of finish up the drum. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready here for the drum solo category. The finalists, they're going to be lining up, they sent in their videos. We're going to share those with you live here, broadcast. And then after this, the live poll voting will be up and ready to rock and roll. The drum is a very important part of our culture, our way of life, the music. Without the drum, we would not have the dancing. And so we want to say thank you to those singers for being part of this great celebration and sending in your videos. And I'm going to share a song with you while we're kind of waiting to get we're going to introduce the drum singers, the solo singers. I'm going to share a song to kind of get that rolling and get it introduced here. All right. Song to kind of get you rolling, get you ready. And friends and relatives, we're going to introduce to you the men's solo singer finalists. Coming in the top 5 adult men's solo singers, we have Joel Wood, Johnny Arkakita, Jeremy Worm Dearly, Buffalo Campbell, Irvin Paskaman. Anytime you're ready, here we go. Men's solo finalist. You're on the air.
Well, this is Jeremy Worm Dearly. Sorry, I'm about to go to work, so this is my only time to upload. I work through the night, so bear with me, but here we go. Ugly walker, ugly walker, ugly
Danse miguna kamusagna ni sigasen maskuchi segwa oni chiskone kotsenia. Hello friends and relatives, my name is Joel Wood. My real name is Miguna Kamusagna, which best translates to feather pickup man. This is my finals round video for the Summer Solstice Indian Festival men's solo division. The song I'm gonna sing is a song that I composed for my nephew, Opichi Robinson Day. Oka! Yeah, yeah!
Good morning and hello from Pawnee, Oklahoma. My name is Johnny Arkakita. I'm 18 years old. I live here in Pawnee. I come from the Oto, Ponca, and Pawnee tribes of Oklahoma. And this song comes from my Ponca people.
All right, we want to say awesome singing, fellas. All the finalists, the top 5 finalists in the singing competition. Thank you all for sending in your videos. Joel, Jeremy, we also had Irvin, we had Buffalo, we had Johnny. Man, you all represented and sang those songs well, fellas. Joel Wood, Johnny Arcakita, Jeremy Dearly, Buffalo Campbell, Irvin Pascaman. Good luck. The polls are open in the Social Distance Powwow group page at the top of the page in the announcements sections. Here we go. We're going to go on back here to David Finkel, the hand drum tutorial to finish out the drum. And this is part of the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival programming. So here we go. Sending it back to David Finkel.
So I'm just going to go ahead and go all the way around this. Maybe I'll film the whole thing and I'll fast forward it so it looks like I'm really fast. I'm going to show you a trick. When you start to get your way around, you can gently pick the whole thing up and rotate that, so that you can be close to your work. And keep everything centered and loose. And we keep going. Here's another thing you can do. Don't forget your water. When it starts to get too dry, you just spray it. I like to take my banding, put it in a little pile, spray, and now we're ready to go again. Alright, so I have made my way around, and I know it doesn't look like much right now, but this is where we begin to make sure everything is nice and straight. We want to make sure there's an even amount of overhang on each side, that it comes up as nice and centered as possible. You may notice I've got a lot of overhang here, but if I turn the drum around on the opposite side, it's very low. Well, we need to fix that before we start to tighten. That's why we keep it nice and loose at first. It's like putting on skates. When you put on skates, you keep the laces loose and then you do your tightening later. It's just the same. Alright, so like we were saying, lots of overhang here. I flip it around. It's low there. So I'm going to take this and move this and begin to adjust it. It's like, here's where it's loose. I want it to be higher there. So I'm going to just move that up. Take a little bit from this side, put it on that side. Get everything as centered as I can. This is why it's really important to keep it loose. Alright, nice and centered. So now that we got it nice and centered, what I want to do is go to where we began, which was that knot. Have a look. See that knot where we began? This is where everything began. So we're going to go there, and I'm going to begin to do some tightening. So I'm just going to move a little bit of slack along. And I'm going to pull it little by little, making my inner ring nice and centered. All along, we move. And you can see, as we get along and get around the drum, we're getting more and more slack all the time. It's because we're tightening it. Just keep moving it along until eventually you will get to where you left off. Almost there. And, oh, look at that. So it's getting nice and centered. That inner ring. We kept it loose at first. Now we're starting to do our tightening. So you might want to even do one more. Depends on how tight it is. You don't want to do it too tight. Should still be springy. I'm going to go around one more time. Right on. So here we go. Remember, we started at our knot. We went set of holes through the ring, set of holes through the ring, all the way around. See all these little triangles? And now, when we first started, we made half a triangle. Well, it's funny that now our last thing that we do is to complete that triangle. So it's like a pattern. So we are going to go through the opposite side, right? So here's the final triangle. Now we just go and we pull it through the triangle that's on the other side. So how do we know which one it is? Well, as you can see, it should be even on both sides. We want to go right through the middle. So we want to take this circle that we've made and divide it into 2 halves with this leftover banding that we have. So here's what I do. I go through, I come back, and then I tie. I come up through the hoop like so. And I just tie it. So now we have one of our braces that will be used to make our handle later. I want to tell you that it's important that when you're tying your handle piece here, that you want to go through the triangle and not just around the circle. All right? If you go around the circle and pull, then your circle won't be round anymore. So we go triangle to triangle, triangle to triangle. So there's one. We got to put one more in there. So now we're going to do the same thing we did here, but we're going to put one this way. All right? Now this is where those other little pieces come in handy. Remember, after we measured it when we first started? So there's a bunch of short pieces over there in the container, and I'm going to use those. I mean those shorter pieces that were left over from when we first did our measuring trick. These come in really handy. Perfect to make the rest of our handle. Don't forget, do the stretch. We already kind of stretched it in the beginning, but I'm going to stretch it anyways just to make sure. And now you take it, you pull it straight, and you go, which 2 triangles are going to be the best ones that divide this in half? Well, I would say those 2 seem to be doing a pretty darn good job. So now that I picked them, I'm going to tie onto a triangle. So I just go in with this end, and just tie a knot. It's like you're tying your shoes, right? Now I'm going to go through that other triangle that I picked out, pull on my slack through, pull that back. Now I'm going to cut here, leaving myself enough to tie my knot. So I'll give it a couple twists for strength. As you can see, just kind of twist it around. And this knot is called a half hitch. Come up through the triangle, pull a loop, right? Pull a loop and tie that down, right? Tie it again just to make it nice and tight. And we got our cross piece. See that? Looks like a medicine wheel, doesn't it? So now, it's the fun part. You know what? Take a look around. You might find a piece that's just perfect. Like I just looked and I just found one. Now we go through here and we tie, we bring the ends up so they both meet, right? You do the first thing you do when you tie your shoes, and you bring that knot down. All right? So you turn it, throw that away for now, you don't need that. This part here, we're going to wrap around and through. Around and through. Around and through. And see how that works? You're making it nice. And it's kind of like, almost like a braid or something. And here's the knot I like to do. You just tie it when you're finished. And rotate that. And you're going to do the same thing with the piece that's left over on the other 2. So look at that. Isn't that a nifty little handle? And again, you just, you just make a space and just kind of pull it through. Doesn't have to be a very good knot. And now you've got yourself a handle. So now it's just a matter of drying it. All right, so we got our drum made. Now you may notice that these parts here are a little bit warbly. All right, see how they're kind of sticking out? Let me give you a close-up. Well, that's where this comes in handy. These little bands that I put in your kits. So these we're going to wrap around the drums, and they're going to make it so that when the drum dries, all those little warbly pieces that are kind of sticking out, they're going to come in tight and dry really tight to the wood. So here's how to put them on, okay? Flip it over, take the ring, and you just sort of wrap it around. See, put it on there, and stretch it around. Look at that. So we're going to pull it down, okay, as far as we can get it. And as you can see, this is going to pull all those little warbles right in nice and tight to the drum frame. And when we dry the drum overnight, we'll be able to take this off again, but the warbles will stay out. They will be nice and tight to the wood. So now I'll give you a close-up and you'll see the difference. See how it took them all out? Just helps it dry nice. Our drum is made. Now, here's how you dry it. All you're going to do is you're going to take the drum and you're going to set it against something, like so, and just lean it. See, so when we dry it, we're not going to dry it flat, because this, air can't get in there to dry it. And we're definitely not going to put it that way, because if there's anything down below, it can make a mark, and we don't want anything touching this hide as we dry it. So this is why when we stand it up, we just stand it on the on the wooden part of the frame and lean it against something, and just leave it like that. And that will dry overnight. Take 1 or 2 days to dry, and you won't believe the difference. Right now it's wet, so you hit it and there's no sound, but when it dries, of course, it's going to get tighter, and then you'll be able to hold it by that nice handle we made in the back and hit it, and it will sound good. So
all right, I want to say thank you to David Finkel for that drum tutorial, and he's going to let the drum dry and get it ready to go for the competitions. Here we go. We're going to say, moving on to the singing group finalists: Trail Mix Singers, Bear Ridge Singers, Upstream Singers, Iron Star Singers, White Horse Singers. Bringing us home, this is sponsored by CUPE and Medave Blue Cross. Thank you for your contributions. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to watch here, tune in to the great singers from across North America that have been part of this competition: Trail Mix Singers, Bear Ridge Singers, Upstream Singers, Iron Star Singers, White Horse Singers. Good luck to them. And then if you enjoy what you see, we invite you to come on over to Social Distance Powwow and submit your votes for your favorite drum group. Here we go. We're going to send it on over here to the finalists of the singing group competition. Take it away anytime you're ready.
name's Dorian Daniels, come from Seguin, Manitoba. I reside in Selkirk, Manitoba. I'm Ojibwe. Yeah, this is the White Horse Drum Group.
My name's Raiden Demas, come from Pipestone, Manitoba, Long Plain, Manitoba. Sing with White Horse.
Bonjour, Roger Dizikaz. Skateze Unforty Donji, Soccer Donji, Rojo Donji, the White Horse Drum Group. This is our submission video for the top 5 finalists in the Summer Solstice virtual singing special put on by the Summer Solstice Powwow Committee down in Southern Ontario, I guess. But let's say it's Imiigwech for hosting this special for the singers, and it's been a long year since we got to sing at least powwow, but we've been practicing hopefully to hit up a powwow soon, and good luck to all the other drum groups. Anyway.
Also, Murray Daniels Jr. from Seguin, Swan Lake, Ojibwe Cree in Dakota.
Baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, we want to say thank you for tuning in to the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival live broadcast, live stream, live finals, day one, Saturday, June 19th, 2021. And thank you to all the contestants once again for all of your videos and singing and dancing the week away, I should say, in this extended week of Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Thank you to everybody that has tuned in to the live stream today and also submitted your votes all week long and shared, liked, comment on all the videos and all the contestants. You all made it a special week so far. Once again, we want to say thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to CN and CIDC as being co-presenters of this celebration. And also, thank you to BMO for sponsoring women's traditional category, and also CUPE for teaming up with Madave Blue Cross for sponsoring the drum category. Also, Know Indigenous History as a presenter of traditional knowledge, and want to say thank you to our presenters and those that have came on to help us with some tutorials and speaking and sharing. We appreciate each and every one of your participation today. Ladies and gentlemen, the live voting is still in play for some of the categories. They close about an hour and 50 minutes after they're posted. So keep that in mind that these polls that are up now will only be open for a certain amount of time, then they will close and help us to determine the top 3 places. Friends and relatives, we'd like to say thank you and tune in tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern for the start of day 2 of the live stream. And those finalists that have not sent in your final videos for the hoop dance categories, we want to ask you to get those videos recorded and sent in if you can, as soon as you can, so we can get those loaded up and ready for the broadcast tomorrow. Friends and relatives, Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Virtual Edition, taking place live streamed across a lot of different social media outlets. Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival Facebook page, the Social Distance Powwow Facebook page, the YouTube for Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival, and many others that is shared by each and every one of you. On behalf of everyone here, on behalf of Lindsay Sarzin, Lindsay King, and the team over there, on behalf of Trina and myself and Social Distance Powwow, Stephanie Abert, happy birthday to Dan Simons, one of our co-founders of Social Distance Powwow. We're hoping you're enjoying this day. And also, friends and relatives, tune in tomorrow to the live streams and to the live voting to help us determine the winners. And Monday, we'll be making the announcement of the winners live as well. So thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate it, and continue on the songs and dances. And we thank you for taking part in the Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival. Doksha Kewachea Kinkte. We'll see you all tomorrow. We'll see you again. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful night, and stay tuned to Summer Solstice Indigenous Festival programming Saturday Night Live.